Cooper Kupp suffering another setback with the hamstring injury, and McVay calling him day to day. And now his week one availability and more is clearly in question. And we're here to discuss what some of you, not many of you, because we told you this is not a victory lap. This is not something, oh, you're just stepping on injury, you're celebrating injury. This is about reading the tea leaves, reading the writing on the wall. And this man was 30 plus years old. 30 plus years old with a long injury history, one elite season to his name, and only 2,000-yard seasons to his name. And people were drafting him number 5 overall. What do you do if you took him? Where do we take him now? Because there's always a line in the sand. There's always a line in the sand. There's a line in the sand with JT. JT, even after his 4-game, the news broke that he's out weeks 1 through 4, being on the PUP list. We still have to come in here and say, okay, reassess time. Where do we take JT if he does fall to, let's say, round 7, 8? Do we get in? Now, what we're doing on this live stream after we talk a little bit about this situation is where do the people that haven't drafted yet take him? Because there's a lot of ambiguity around where he could essentially fall to. The Fantasy Football Show begins right now.
Live from the FantasyFootballShow.com studios. It's the Fantasy Football Show. Live! Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Smitty is also live whenever news breaks.
From the FantasyFootballShow.com news desk, here is your breaking news.
A lot of these players that I tell you to avoid, it's not me throwing mud on the wall. It's not me trying to say, okay, Bob, let's just go after older players. He's older. Let's stay away from him. There's a lot of reasons why we potentially do this. Look, Breece Hall's coming back from an ACL tear. Why am I not anti-Breece Hall? There's some injury risk. There's a red flag there. There's a red flag for Breece Hall. You could even say that the Dalvin Cook situation is also a red flag. You could say there's 2 red flags, and I could understand why you would maybe say Breece Hall's a big avoid. Why do you like Breece Hall? Breece Hall's going around 4. The red flags are making him fall in ADP. That's a big difference. That's a recalibration of risk versus reward assessment. Everything is a risk versus reward assessment. When this man's going 4 or 5 overall in your fantasy football draft, and he's got red flags galore all around him, we just did a live stream on this. You're taking too big of a risk taking him number 4 or 5 overall when he's 30 years old, he's over 30, has a long injury history, and just suffered a hamstring injury off the back, compensation injury, off of the back of last year's injury, which he barely got better in time to play football this year. He had a tightrope surgery that Tony Pollard had, I might remind you, who I do like coming off the tightrope surgery. A pretty crazy surgery when you look at it and what they do with the tightrope surgery. So basically, in a model here, you can see this bone and this bone coming off the knee, down the leg. Down further on, they'll drill a hole through these 2 bones, and they'll insert a rod in there, and then the rod will pull and hold these 2 bones in the same place. So in Tony Pollard's case, when he broke his fibula, that was to hold and secure this bone, make it secure. There's a pole or a rod in there, and it's concerning when you see the animation of the surgery. But the bottom line is Tony Pollard is a young man. This is an older 30-year-old player that has a long injury history. He has 2,000-yard seasons to his name. One was about 1,100 yards. The other was his Triple Crown, amazing best wide receiver season in the history of fantasy football. Give him his flowers, sure. But there were so many red flags at 5 overall ADP. 5 overall, 4, 5, 3, 6 overall ADP. Stafford, we talked about it like a day or 2 ago. Avoid Cooper Kupp was pretty much the premise of the entire video. The entire video was like, 2 days ago, 1 day ago? There's another video on it too, but it was because not only is he older, not only is he potentially at risk of compensation injuries at his age, coming off of injury, and now he's going to be even further a risk, even if he does come back. Let's say this day to day, and let's read the report first before we get too crazy into this and figure it out. Swaggy coming in saying Cooper is still him. Okay, Swag, appreciate the support, and maybe he comes back and he has a big year. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but that's bad timing. But here's what McVay said. So Rams coach Sean McVay tells reporters that Cooper Kupp hamstring had a setback and is considered day to day. And then this report and this little quote from McVay saying, "We're obviously a much better team when he's out there," which is obviously a ambiguous call to when he could return and what's really, really going on here. But to have a setback at all is bad because he had a hamstring injury. When you have an injury, let me just fill all the injury craving lunatics out there that want the nuts and bolts of it. When you have an injury like a hamstring or a groin injury or a calf injury in the case of Joe Burrow, this does apply to Joe Burrow too. Joe Burrow is at some risk. I don't know how much it is. We can't know because every injury is slightly different. We aren't really told to a certain degree how much of a tear somebody has versus another when they're both a grade 1 or a grade 2. We don't get a lot of the details that we would like to get, right? There's a lot of details that we aren't told. Sometimes, like last year, we're told that Najee Harris had a Liz Frank injury after Najee Harris already recovered from the Liz Frank injury, which was asinine. And it's ridiculous. And in our news world today of social media and the sports betting world and everything that's going on and revolving around the NFL, the players and their health, that we aren't told good information. That makes my job harder. It makes your job harder. And it's going to continue to be that way. And we have to navigate around it. We just do. There's no way I'm going to be able to know everything anymore. So sometimes we have to put the pieces together ourselves, which is what we did here with Cooper Kupp, and putting together all the red flags and saying to ourselves, okay, red flags galore, but he's going at 5 overall. It's not worth it. He's going at 5 overall. Breece Hall's going around 4-5. Kenneth Walker, red flag. Charbonnet, groin injury, red flag. 2 red flags. Smitty says when there's a lot of red flags, go run. But his ADP dropped accordingly. So if Walker was number 12 overall, 13 overall, like he was in the early offseason, you remember when Walker was sitting there at 14 overall, and we all came in here saying Kenneth Walker is quite arguably running back 1 to 5. This is before the NFL draft. Bijan would have jumped over him and leapfrogged him. But let's say Charbonnet was never drafted and he never had the groin injury. 1 to 5. That's the way our community was talking about it. That's the way a lot of people's community was maybe wanting to lean but didn't have the balls to lean. We were in on Kenneth Walker at that 14, 15 overall ADP. We were all over it. Then Charbonnet gets drafted. Kenneth Walker, a knee-jerk reaction, an inappropriate distribution of reaction and ADP adjustment knocked Kenneth Walker down all the way to 4th round, 5th round territory. That was what Zach Charbonnet did. About 4th round, 5th round. Then the groin injury knocked Walker down to about 5, sometimes 6, but into the 5 territory. Cemented in on Underdog Fantasy, where we'll draft tonight. I might remind you, Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. We're drafting tonight. Make sure you sign up using code Smitty or this link that I'm dropping this very second. I'm dropping the link right now as we speak. They'll match up to $100 on your first deposit, dollar for dollar, up to 100 bones. It's all up to you. It's all up to you if you want to take advantage of that amazing opportunity of getting over $100 dollar for dollar bonus match by Underdog. We're drafting tonight. Make sure you're ready. Where do we take Cooper Kupp? Where is he going tonight's draft? Has anybody drafted right now on Underdog that can report where Cooper Kupp fell to? I'd be very curious to know if someone could let me know where Cooper Kupp may have just fallen in their draft. But I pinned the link. Underdog Fantasy, links in the description of every single video if you're watching this replay. But Kenneth Walker, sidetracked, Kenneth Walker going around 4-5 is an over-adjustment that makes his red flags look like little tiny threads, okay? It's not even a flag anymore. It's a speck. He has no red flags. The red flags dissipated. They dissolved in front of your very eyes because he's now in the 4th and 5th round. His line in the sand of flipping it from a void, or a big risk from probably 14. Let's pretend that Kenneth Walker stayed at 14 or 15 overall value after the groin injury, after the Zach Charbonnet drafting. His red flags will be huge. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is me being real and open and honest with you. If Kenneth Walker still maintained his 14 overall ADP after Charbonnet, after the groin injury, he would be a risk. That's how you do risk assessment. And so it comes down to cost of entry. What do the red flags look like? How are the red flags affecting ADP? And with Cooper Kupp, it was runaway. It was runaway season. It was Stafford's back injury or all these different injuries he's working with and not jiving with his own team. Telling his wife on an interview, his wife talking about how he's disconnected, doesn't even know his wide receivers' names. They're on their phone all the time. He has no rapport or connection with his wide receiver room. He's got injuries galore, and he barely returned to football. You think he's going to go out there and have a great season? He is the key to why Cooper Kupp is able to become Cooper Kupp. If this part of the equation is removed, it's not that Cooper Kupp can't survive with, let's say, Stetson Bennett, who I do like a lot. Similar to O'Connell in Las Vegas, I think Stetson Bennett and O'Connell, the two rookie quarterbacks in Las Vegas and in the Rams situation here that we're talking about, are the two best quarterbacks on the roster potentially, at least for the future. And this guy's injury history is going to put him in a vulnerable spot. Just like Aaron Rodgers was probably not the best fit in Green Bay anymore, but he was great. He's a great, amazing, rejuvenated person in New York. The same thing could be said about like Stafford for 1 year, but in this situation, in this Rams situation, I think it's going to fall apart for him. And you don't know, you Rams believer or you Cooper Kupp nostalgic Ned that just doesn't want to listen, is coming into the live stream now saying, Kupp's going to be fine. Kupp will be fine. Hey, Smitty, I'm a dynasty owner here. Kupp will be fine. He'll be fine, Smitty. For you, Ned, nervous Ned, never say never, Ned. You're going to be supportive of the guy you own in Dynasty, and you're going to come in here and be upset about it. But you don't know, Ned. You don't know. I don't know. You don't know. I could be wrong. That's why I don't know. But you don't know how he's going to respond without Stafford for an entire season. Not to mention, it's probably going to be a rookie. And rookie, even if he's Stetson Bennett and he's good, Stetson Bennett is going to have ups and downs. What kind of production could he possibly produce? Is it going to be anywhere near the laser locking over volume saturating amount of target share that this man, Cooper Kupp, is used to from his quarterback Stafford? Derek Carr waters his plants, overwaters them. Derek Carr's the most magnificent quarterback to give a wide receiver that loves and lives off air yards like Chris Olave or Devontae Adams. Aaron Rodgers is a gift to a wide receiver that lives off air yards and wants to become an air yard monster and get laser locked on. Aaron Rodgers, Derek Carr, even Winston was good as a laser locking, let's turn Olave into the number one wide receiver as a rookie in air yards, which he did. Winston made, while Winston was on the field for the stint of games Winston was there, it wasn't one game, he made Chris Olave by far the number one, as a rookie, number one wide receiver in the NFL in air yards. There are certain quarterbacks that spoon feed wide receivers, and Stafford is an integral part of why Kupp became Kupp. You remove Stafford, which is inevitable that he's not finishing the season. If I told you this guy was going to get hurt and he was a complete avoid, and now you're looking at this in the face right now today, what do you think I'm saying about Stafford when I tell you over and over, this ain't going to work out for Stafford? They barely wanted him back. They wanted to trade Stafford. Stafford's not going to make it through the season. And the moment he's off the field, if this guy's even on the field, which makes Stafford's vulnerability even bigger, because if he's not out there week 1, 2, 3, or wherever, we don't even know how long he's out. He could play week 1. He could be out for 4 weeks. He could be out longer than that. He could be hampered all year long. We don't know yet. That's the whole point. We don't know yet. It could be 1 week. It could be 2 weeks. It could be 5 weeks. It could be the entire season, because he could go out and re-tear it again. The one thing I was trying to go for, and I sidetracked myself, and then I got to kind of come back on point, is that when you tear a hamstring, it's injured. It tears, okay? And it's trying to heal itself. You tear it again, it's even worse, sometimes doubly worse. You tear a hamstring that isn't ready to come back, it is a longer process of recovery. When you re-injure an injury, while it's not 100% healed, it is a longer process for recovery. So think about this for 1 second. If you're still saying, you know what, I'm still going to draft him around 2. You second chance Scotty. Yeah, and I can't help you. If you're sitting here going, well, you know, I might draft him anyway. I didn't go draft. I'm an ambulance chasing Adam. And I'm going to draft him in round 2. That sounds like a hell of a steal. That's what Spiffy would do. Spiffy, if you're watching right now, the guy that drafted 2 tight ends in round 2 and round 3 last year, Pitts in round 3, Kelsey in round 2, and he had this wise idea that he was going to go and flip that into the world. I'm going to take over the world by drafting against this situation here. If people go that way, I'm going this way, whether it's good or bad. You can't take Cooper Kupp in round 2 right now. What are you thinking? What are any of you thinking, that this is a special little discount? If you tear your hamstring, he wasn't ready to come back from his first tear. In that amount of time frame, you have to almost guarantee he needs on the back end of this injury and some, because you don't re-injure it in a lesser fashion. It's usually at least the same amount of time, if not more. So where in the hell do you draft him? That's a question for all of us, I think, on the phone line. I think that's a question that we hash out the entire show, because I'd be lying to you and doing you a disservice if I came in here and said, I've got it in my head figured out when this just happened. I'm digesting it as I'm talking. I go live near immediately. I tend to wait 20, 30 minutes sometimes on a piece of news like this, because I'm waiting for sometimes a follow-up that happens about 10, 15 minutes after a piece of news breaks like this. There hasn't been anything. I'm refreshing as we speak. But your boy is here to tell you, as I digest this live with you. I'm always live. I'm live whenever news breaks. I'm live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm live whenever news breaks. And this coming week, this coming weekend, starting Thursday, we're on this schedule. Starting Thursday, 1 a.m. Eastern. This could get pushed back to 2 a.m. or whatever because of the other show bleeding into it. But 1 a.m. Eastern, starting on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then we take only the graveyard shift. We're live Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and live whenever news breaks, which is what this live stream is. We take a graveyard shift break on Tuesdays and Wednesdays only. But that's the schedule pretty much going forward. And I don't know. At this point, I'm here live. That's my point, is I go live when news breaks. I digest this live with you. I don't know all the answers yet. I don't know exactly where I'm taking them. I haven't thought out that far, because I'm here to digest it with you. And we've got some super chats here I want to put on screen at least and get through some of them, and then I'm going to open the phone line in just a minute. But first super chatter was Rax Poker, coming in live, coming in hot with the first $2 hauler. Dropped A-Chain for Zach Moss, Big L. Yeah, why would you do that? First of all, Rax Poker, why in the hell would you pick up Zach Moss? A-Chain's got a whole lot of upside, and now it's A-Chain season because Jeff Wilson Jr., I'm sure that's what you're referencing. We'll talk about it in a minute. For those that don't know, Jeff Wilson Jr. is out. He's out. Okay, so now it's Mostert, who won't stay healthy. Mostert's not staying healthy. I'd be surprised if Mostert gets through week 1. Then it's A-Chain season, who's also injured, but then it's A-Chain season. Rax Poker. Rax Poker with the first super chat of the night. Always getting a standing ovation. My dude, my main man, Rax. Rax dropping it live. Rax says, Smitty, I dropped A-Chain. Okay, yeah, so we'll get to that in a minute. Appreciate you. KH3 with a super chat next. KH3 says, how do we feel about Javonte and P. Ryan in Denver? I think P. Ryan, who had a lot of momentum, is now he's an afterthought. And I think that he's an important cuff, but he's not somebody I'm really holding on to that much. Moonshot to this super chat here. Appreciate you. Hey, Smitty, 10-man league, full PPR, had the 4th pick, got Tyreek, Bijan, Pollard, Burrow, Watson, Dotson, Kittle, Javonte, JSN, Charbonnet, Pickens. Absolutely love that team. A-Chain or McKinnon, Chad? Probably McKinnon for now, but that's a good question. This team's great. Grandma League, yeah, looks like a Grandma League to me if I've ever seen one. Burrow, Bijan, Pollard, Tyreek, Watson, and Dotson. That's a phenomenal squad, bro. That's absolutely unreal. And Paul with a 10, that was Paul's $10 hauler. Jared, thank you, Paul. Jared with a $13.99, just mixing it up with the $13.99 hauler. Who do I bench week 1? Watson, London, or Walker? This is probably a question for later. If I had to choose now, bro, I would probably tell you that I would go with, God, that's so tough. If I had to go now, I'd go Watson, Christian Watson, if I had to pick now. But that's something we got to get to later, bro. And tackle that like Thursday night football, Friday, Saturday night, actually, the Saturday night show. Thursday and Saturday, we need to tackle that on the live stream. I got the 9th pick in my league. How do you think I did? Or how do you think I go about it? Sorry, with the spot. 9th pick is either if Bijan's gone and Kelsey's gone, it's Garrett Wilson for me. And then in the 2nd round, if Pollard's there, I go Pollard. And this is for Jared, who did the $10 hauler. Appreciate you, Jared. Scuba Steve, you're on the phone, pal. You're live.
Hey, Smitty, what's going on? I wanted to ask you a couple questions about like all these running backs that seems like they're gonna get like a boost in value. I wanted to know first how you attacking this Colts backfield. Now that Deion Jackson, Zach Moss, and Evan Hall. Do you just want to pass on those guys? Because like, do you see like the Colts bringing in like a veteran? And then like the other question about the other backfield is now that Jeff Wilson Jr. is now on the IR and he's going to miss like 4 weeks. I've been seeing that a lot of people are talking about Raheem Mostert as like his value's going up. But I mean, like, I know he is like kind of like injury prone. So I mean, is it worth like going after Devon A-Chain? I mean, I know that he has that shoulder injury, but is he somebody that you want? Or do you
weren't you just listening to that part? We were just talking about that. Yeah, I mean, A-Chain's the guy. I mean, Mostert, I like I just said, I'd be surprised if Mostert lasted through week 1. So you will probably see Miami bring in another running back. I think Kareem Hunt could end up signing with the Dolphins and then kind of kicking A-Chain's value in the nutsack. That's definitely possible. So we have to keep an eye on all that. But I mean, for the most part, I mean, there's still other running backs out there too. I think they do bring in somebody because now they're light. They were trying to bring in Cook. They were trying to bring in JT. You can only imagine what they're trying to do now if you then take away one of the 3 running backs that he loves so dearly. He loves Wilson. So A-Chain's the guy. But do I draft him like well beyond where his current amazing ADP is? His ADP is practically free right now. He's in double-digit rounds. A-Chain's a steal. But will he be a steal? I don't know. I think this news today is probably going to have him climb up. And if he gets into like the Swift territory, I'm out. I don't mind him in the McKinnon territory, which is what one of the questions was from, I think, Chad. McKinnon, I'm all about debating that, and I get it. That one's close. But I draft McKinnon over him. McKinnon's going in the double-digit round territory. So if he breaches double-digit round territory, gets into the top 9 rounds, then you start like wavering a little bit. But he's still probably worth like a 9th round pick. But there's no way I'm taking, him over Pickens in round 6, 7, wherever Pickens ends up going. Dotson's climbing higher than that now. There's a lot of players that I'd rather have in that like 7 round territory. But maybe we get into 9, and I'm starting to really like him still. We'll have to see how far he climbs. I'm trying to get Gibbs in a trade. Who would you give up, Lockett or Godwin for Gibbs? Both of them and more, Clarence, because you're not getting Gibbs using Lockett. If you do, you're committing fantasy football robbery. And so I would tell you I'd give up both of them and more to get Jahmyr Gibbs. So if you pull this off, come back and tell us what league you're in, how we sign up, how we get involved in that league. I'm sorry, what else you got, Scuba?
Well, I was just going to say before I get to another, I was going to read off another one of my teams. I was going to do it yesterday. But I was just going to say the only reason why I was asking about him because I did pick him up. But I guess like what you're saying is if they do end up signing Kareem Hunt, I mean, I guess I'll just drop him and just try to pick up Kareem Hunt then because he was just more of like somebody I was just going to, as like a bench option just in case if like something happens, as more as like a depth move, I guess, just going on a flyer. But I do have a 10-team league draft. I wanted to get your thoughts. I mean,
all right,
I know you said that
as quick as you can. As quick as you can on the team. Go.
All right. Okay. Going right on. Give me. All right. So my quarterback, 12-team league, PPR, Tua, Javonte Williams, Breece Hall, Jamar Chase, and I was at pick 4, so I have Jamar Chase, Devonta Smith from the Eagles, tight end Cole Kmet, Jahan Dotson, and then it's only a 5-team bench. So I have Kamara. I picked up Evan Hall because unfortunately I drafted Jonathan Taylor, so I have him on IR. And then I have Zach Charbonnet, George Pickens, and JSN.
Okay. So let me just identify a couple things. You drafted JT against my advice. Just letting you know. Tua, I don't know if that's going to work out for you, pal. Those are 2 huge injury risks right there. I love the Kamara, Dotson, Devontae Smith, Chase, Hall, Javonte. There is some risk in drafting Javonte and Hall, who are both coming back from injury because there are red flags, as I alluded to earlier. I'm not an idiot. I'm not I'm not a denying Donnie where I sit here and go, Javonte doesn't have risk. Hall doesn't have risk. It's more about their cost of entry. But to have literally Kamara out 3 games and older, and I love it. Stand alone, I love Kamara. We've been talking Kamara up. So many things we've done already this offseason have been just freaking unbelievably like on the ball. Like this Kamara nonsense that people were peddling out there all offseason. We crushed Kamara drafting. On Underdog Fantasy especially. Promo code Smitty. Link is pinned in the live chat. It's in the description of every video. We're drafting tonight, so get ready and click that link and get up to $100 bonus match. But we have Kamara everywhere in Underdog. We were stealing him away in 7, 8, 9 round territory. He looks so good in the preseason. But he's out 3 games. You have 3 very, very, like, together scary running backs in that sense that they're all got some risk that you're hoping, works out. And then you've got JT, who's huge. So you drafted a team full of risk, though. Like, there's a lot here and there's not much you can do. No one's giving you squat for JT right now, bro. You have to just let it ride. No one's buying Kamara missing 3 games. Dotson's on the rise. Devontae Smith's always undervalued for some reason. Chase is the only guy you can sell high. No one's going to buy Javonte at the price you need to get. No one's buying Hall at the price you need to get. And no one's going to want to trade for Tua. Some people will draft him, but nobody wants to trade for him because of the risk. So I don't know what you're going to do to get out of this other than to just let it ride. This team's a let it ride team. It's got good upside still. It's still a very good. This could be a 7 or 8 out of 10 still. Like, that's how good the talent is. But you are banking on JT coming back and being a monster to win this league. You made your bed with that. You almost got to ride it out.
Well, because what happened was during the draft, I didn't want to draft him, and then he fell to me about like the 3rd round, and there was picking up steam that he might get traded. And so that was the only reason why because I had the 4th pick, and so he ended up just like falling right there.
Yeah, so but that's not but hey, hold on. That's not falling. The 2nd round is not falling. The 2nd round is where I said stay away from him. So and look, you can't listen to everything I say, Scoop. I'm not trying to be too hard on you, but it's like everybody says that. Oh, he fell in my lap. I had to take him. No, you didn't, because I said don't touch him in round 2. I said, don't touch JT in round 2. What in the hell are you all thinking? So this team's full of risk. I mean, it is what it is. Scuba, just draft a safer team overall in your next draft. But you're banking on Tua Tagovailoa staying upright. You're banking on JT coming back and getting traded to the Eagles and being a monster for you. But she'll take away from Devontae Smith. So who the hell knows? I don't know what's going to happen here. But you do have a lot of talent on the team. A lot. Okay? A lot of talent. Yep. This team could potentially win. But you have a lot of risk. And you got to make sure all the ducks line up in a row for you, bro. And they got to be magical ducks. But hey, hang tight real quick, okay? I got to get through a couple of these super chats, and then I'll come back to you. So mute real quick. Oscar Fard, please mute real quick. Let me get through these super chats, and then we'll swing back around and hit the phone line again real quick. Let me just clear this docket real quickly from all these amazing super chatters that are helping keep this show alive. We got 533 people in the building right now. Thank you all so much. This one here from Juice World. Will you give up Javonte for Kamara straight up? It's honestly an interesting proposition. I don't think you should take a lap for wanting to do that on either side. There's risk involved. If you can weather through the waiting on Kamara, he could be a top 6 to 10 running back. He really could be. He looked so good in the preseason. He looked crisp. He looked focused. He was the focal point of the offense. The entire drive, it was like the all Alvin Kamara drive. It was running him, throwing to him, marching down the field with him. It was all Alvin Kamara. But I do love Javonte. I personally probably, if I had one league where this was the dilemma, I would probably go Javonte. You get the 3 extra games with him. We're hearing things like miracle. We know Sean Payton delivers a top 10 running back in his offense every year that he's coached. Like that's what you're going to get out of Javonte if he does stay healthy. But they're pros to both of them. They're cons to both of them. Age, missing 3 games. Does missing 3 games lead to an injury because he's shoved into the lineup? Does he have a slow start on week 4 because he's kind of getting thrown to the wolves? But then again, he played the preseason, so he looks really good already. So I don't know that he will. Tough to know. There's red flags. Javonte, will he stay healthy? We'll have to see. $5 hauler from some brown guy says, yo, Smitty, 12-man full PPR dynasty. Wide receivers are Hill, Kupp, Devontae, London, Burks. Should I sell Kupp? If so, what's a good return? Look, this just happened, bro. We have no barometer whatsoever or any value on him. We have no ability to even know. Not to mention, you have to go find somebody that's going to be an ambulance chaser, which is one in each league. But he might not like Kupp. This might not be the ambulance he wants to go after, and then you're dead in the water. There's probably one shot. One person in your league probably wants him. What are you going to sell him for? The better question is, where would we draft him? Like, if we're drafting today, let's ask Farb. Farb, I don't want you to go into your question yet, but I want you're live, by the way. I want you to give me your answer. Where would you draft Cooper Kupp if forced to answer this question right now? And you're just being honest. It doesn't mean you have to have it, like, pegged as to where his ADP really will be. Just what would you do right now? Cooper Kupp, what round would you draft him in? Farb, hello! Good talk, Farb.
Yo. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I called the other day. I ran through my team quick.
Farb, I asked you a question. Farb, I asked you a question. I said, don't go over any of your team yet. Answer the question. Cooper Kupp. Where are you taking Cooper Kupp? Where do you take Cooper Kupp if you're drafting right now? Just answer that question, and I'm coming back to you. You're not up yet.
All right, I take him to the dumpster. I'm dropping him off. I'm not picking that guy up anymore.
Okay. Hold on, Oscar. Just answer the question. Don't go over your question yet. Where do you take Cooper Kupp? Turn yourself off mute, then go back on mute after. Where do you take Cooper Kupp? Oscar, hello.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, sorry about that.
Good God, if my life was on the line for you guys to answer questions, I'd be dead right now. Oscar, where would you take him? What round?
I wouldn't take him.
Okay, you guys are no help.
A lot more players.
Okay. I mean, that helps, but it's no help. I'm trying to find a round for. So the answer is nobody wants him. It does actually help because your question is who's going to take him? Nobody. I don't even know where I would take him right now. Think about it from this perspective. Would I draft him over Christian Watson, who could be a top 10 wide receiver? The answer is no. Absolutely not. Would I draft him over Kenneth Skywalker? Absolutely not. Would I draft him over Breece Hall? No. We're talking about 4 or 5 round territory. Would I draft him over Debo, who's in the 4th round sometimes? You got to be kidding me. No. So, like, what are you going to get? You almost have to bank on him coming back. And I'm not mad at you. I appreciate your super chat, by the way. I'm not screaming at you. It's this situation. I don't think you can do anything but wait. Wait for an ambulance chaser to come to you. But if you went to somebody and said, hey, give me your Dotson, they'd probably say no. And would I take Dotson? I'd probably rather have Dotson right now. You don't know what Cooper Kupp's going to give you. You don't. You don't know how long he's hurt. That would be like the tempting teeter-tottering point for you, is if someone said, I'll give you Pickens or Dotson, they're on my bench. That's probably the only person that's going to come knocking on your door is a bench wide receiver. They could say, this is worth the risk for me. I'm not playing Dotson anyway. I'm not playing Pickens anyway. I'll trade you Dotson for Cooper Kupp. And then you're taking such a bath on that situation. I'm not even sure that I could advise you not to take it. But I also can't advise you to take it, because if Cooper Kupp comes back in, let's say, 2 or 3 weeks and does perform well, you got royally screwed twice. So you're almost forced to ride it out unless somebody gives you an offer bigger than Dotson or Pickens. That's what you almost need. You almost have to. You made your bed. You almost have to ride it out because of the example I just gave you. Because you take such a bath on even taking a guy I love in Dotson, he's a moon man, or Pickens. You take such a bath on that. I don't know that your team can win taking that kind of swap out. So you almost have to ride out Cooper Kupp. So good question. And then hang on, phone callers. I'm coming for you in 1 second. 14 team, 3 wide receiver, 1 running back, 1 flex. QB's Fields, wide receiver Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DJ Moore, running back Swift, Laporta, flexes Dotson, benches Kamara. Very, very good team. Not much to even move here. A lot of guys on the rise that you can't trade yet, like Swift, Dotson, Fields and DJ Moore are undervalued. Garrett Wilson, I don't sell. I like this team. I ride it out. Hopefully, Khalil Herbert, Kamara, Kadarius Toney. You got Zach Charbonnet. You could potentially try and trade Swift and Kamara for Walker because you got Charbonnet. That would be a move I would look to do. Very, very, very good squad, bro. I love the team. Riff dropping a super chat. I traded Cooper Kupp and a third for Chase and a keeper. Absolutely smashed that trade. You got him.
Got him.
The fact that anybody would even do that trade is so crazy. Nate says, I went 0 tight end, took Luke Musgrave and Ferguson late. Which one do you like? I like Musgrave right now, but he's a rookie. He could be spotty, but I would definitely say for right now. Who would you draft in front of Cooper Kupp? I think I just went over that. We draft pretty much everybody in the first 4 or 5 rounds easily, and then maybe some after that. We don't know yet. We have to break it down. Jared with the super chat, 12-man PPR QB, Lamar, Tua, Love, Barkley, Aaron Jones, Dalvin, Kupp, Jared, Kupp, Cooper Kupp, Watson, JSN, Waller. Trades, do I trade Lamar, Aaron Jones, and Dalvin for Olave, Jahan Dotson? Do you trade Lamar? Because you have Love and you lost Cooper Kupp. Do you guys remember this is the exact example I gave as to why it's important to beef up your 2 quarterbacks, your 3 quarterbacks, to have backup quarterbacks? When I get clowned on by other analysts in the industry when we do these expert drafts and I draft 3 quarterbacks in a 1 QB. They literally think they have this down, like it's set in stone, that you only draft 2 quarterbacks in a 1 quarterback league. like there's some formula with it, when this is the exact scenario I gave the other day when I said, let's say you had Cooper Kupp and he re-injures his hamstring, which is what I freaking said, and then you're out Cooper Kupp. Now you got to go replace Cooper Kupp. So guess what? You drafted Lamar and Love. You paid attention to what I said and you took your backup quarterback very seriously. Now you can make a crazy. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's a kamikaze move. You're going in and you're grabbing Jordan Love and putting him into your lineup, or Tua if you want. And that's crazy. I love it though. It's fun. And now you take Lamar and turn him into a wide receiver to replace your mistake. that you made in Cooper Kupp drafting. And that's the one move you can do if you beefed up at QB. Here you go. Here's your solution. So, Lamar, Aaron Jones, Dalvin for Olave, Jahan Dotson. I would take that move. And you just ride it out with Jordan Love, and this may save your season. This may save your season, and hopefully I helped you come to that conclusion when you drafted Jordan Love and beefed up your backups to make this move an actual possibility for you. Second draft, 10-man PPR, fourth pick. Hurts, St. Brown, Watson, Bijan, Gibbs, Goddard, Walker, Dotson, Pickens, Charbonnet, McKinnon, Sky Moore. Is there anything you should go after? I love JSN back. I love JSN, boss. I like JSN too, but there's not much to move here. These are a bunch of risers. I guarantee you were not like in the top 4 ranked by your platform in terms of your draft, and everybody probably thought you didn't draft great, and you did. You drafted like a boss, bro. Would I take like Pickens or Dotson for JSN? If you really wanted JSN, I could sign off on all 3 of those guys. I love all 3 of them. So if you had to have JSN, if it made you happy and you could sleep at night, I'm okay. I could sign off on that swap if you want to do a 1-for-1 on that. But at the end of the day, bro, your team's absolute straight fire. There's not much to move. These are a bunch of risers. And like the other things that I've mentioned, you got to wait till these guys gain value before you really move them. And you might not be able to move those guys for JSN. The problem is JSN could go up in value too. Kind of like if you're moving out of a house and you're like, well, let's sell this house because the prices of the houses out there are gonna go up. Well, if they go up, your house goes up, and it's like, relatively speaking, if JSN and Dotson and Pickens all go up, you're continuing to chase the values going up for all of them. You're selling Dotson or Pickens higher, but you're buying JSN higher, and it's the same like cycle. How's my team? Fields, Jamal, Williams, Javonte, Chase, St. Brown, Olave, Okonkwo, Watson, DJ Moore, Hollywood. It's okay, bro. I would be lying if I said this is the best team in your league. I can tell you right now it probably isn't. I don't like Jamal Williams as being even remotely listed as a starter. And Javante's an amazing running back too, but he doesn't, I think, fit the bill for your running back 1. But I love your wide receivers. They're phenomenal. You got Watson, Chase, St. Brown. Actually, you know what? I missed DJ Moore. I would say your team's definitely in the top 4 or 5. I'm sorry about that, bro. You have Fields, Jamal, Javonte, Chase, St. Brown, Olave. I might have read it. Watson, DJ Moore. That's good, bro. Okay, my bad. You're light at running back by design. And if I'm taking anything, I'm flipping, let's say, DJ Moore or Watson with Jamal Williams. I don't know anybody wants him. And I go get something special that I could, like Walker or Hall, or, you know, it would be interesting if you traded, let's say, Hollywood Brown and maybe like, God, what can you do? I'll go to the Kamara owner somehow, some way, try and get Kamara for this lineup, and then you probably have like a top 3 or 4 team. Your team's definitely top 5 or 6. I'm sorry, I didn't see DJ Moore. That's a really, really decent squad, bro. You put it together pretty nicely. It's risky at running back. And if you only start 1 running back, then you're fine if it's Javonte. But if it's a 2 running back thing, I would probably try and fill that void. And there are some running backs like Pacheco. You got McKinnon. That's my other advice. That's probably my number 1 piece of advice for you. Take Hollywood Brown and some of that bench depth. Go get Pacheco. Then you got Pacheco, McKinnon, and Javonte. You're set, bro. Then you're a top 4 team lock. You hear me, bro? Trone Force got offered Adams for Chubb. I'm sorry if I made you, now I feel bad because my initial assessment probably put him in a little bit of a downer. My bad, bro. My bad. Your team's good. Get Pacheco, you're a top 4 team. Top 4 lock. Got offered Adams for Chubb. I don't draft Adams over Chubb, so I'm going to tell you no. You countered. Good. Chubb and Swift for JJ. I would take JJ in a heartbeat for Chubb and Swift. He'll probably say no. And I don't blame him. But if you pull that off, come swinging back in here and we'll celebrate. Good move, good move saying no, and good counter offer. Devin, I'm almost here, phone callers. Hang tight for me. Trade Kupp plus AJ Brown for JJ. God, you're taking a bath on what you drafted. Oh, Devin, I hate to see it, but I guess, yeah. I mean, I guess I do it, but you better have the depth to be able to recover from that, though. Like, if you don't have enough to win with JJ, maybe you turn JJ into more, though. Maybe you could flip JJ into, like, a AJ Brown type and another, like, Walker. And then that's probably why I do it. You can flip that pretty well. I think you could flip JJ into 2 players pretty easily. So I would do that if just for trade purposes. I drafted AJ, Chase, Kupp, and Christian Watson. Should I trade Kupp for Sanders and Javonte? Probably. And then you flip Sanders. That would be pretty good move. Backtracking out of that situation. Tristan with a $10 hauler. Tristan, appreciate your $10 hauler, my guy. Let me see here. You've got a 10. Let's see. You've got a 14 team league. That's big. 14 team. Allen, Richardson, Bijan, Hall, Javonte. You got Keenan Allen, London, Pittman, Flowers. Weak at wide receiver. Yeah, I don't like Pittman. Pittman and Keenan Allen are 2 of my bigger stay away from players at their cost of entry. I hate their ADPs. I think their ADPs are awful. And Bijan and Hall is fantastic with Javonte. Josh Allen, obviously, you're crushing it. Richardson's fun to trade if it's a 1 QB league because people seem to want him, and you might be able to like intrigue someone into taking Keenan Allen and Richardson and going and getting a better wide receiver like Ridley. And I would honestly trade Keenan Allen straight up for Debo. If you got to give up I give up Pittman and Keenan Allen for Debo. Debo's a fun player to go trade for. That's what I would do. You go get Debo for Keenan Allen and some, you're going to be on your way. That would be the best way out of that situation. Isaac, are we picking up Tyler Higbee now? He's certainly good question, Isaac. We haven't even got to that yet. Tyler Higbee is going to see so many targets. Yes, he's definitely a great tight end acquisition right now. And if you're in emergency tight end mode, as bad as that sounds, it sounds like a real big problem. Then you're going to be wanting to look at this guy if he's still on the board because he was already going to consume a lot of targets. I don't even know if he realistically could take on more because he's really the second option on the team. So, but he's definitely going to go up and increase in volume potentially. So yeah, Higbee, he is hard to trust though, but he's definitely a good player to grab if you got screwed at the position later in your draft. Why is Hunt being drafted in all my leagues? Are we playing JSN week 1 or should we be better off playing Flowers? Right now, put Flowers in, but if JSN news kicks into gear and he starts looking amazing, we're going to go JSN because JSN's a baller. But Flowers is also a baller. They happen to both be mid-season monsters for a reason. So quite honestly, you got to lock in the safer choice right now and just wait. We got to hear like amazing, positive. He's not going to be limited, all that kind of stuff. Until then, Flowers is the guy you put in. And why are we drafting Kareem Hunt? Because of like the Miami situation. Wilson's out. Now Miami's down a running back. They might bring in Kareem Hunt. There are a lot of teams that could bring in Kareem Hunt. And I think he ends up landing somewhere pretty good. Ziggy, show me the front door. Who's at the front door? Is that Miss Smitty? What are we doing here? Send my league mate on a lap. He offered me Deshaun Watson, Sanders, and Ayuk for Chase and Richardson. I'll send him on a lap. Okay, almost through these super chats. Callers, hang tight for me, please. Nikki has a 12-teamer here. PPR, Burrow and Walker and Gibbs, fantastic. Ridley, Swift, Christian Watson, Kincaid, fantastic. JSN, it makes me so happy when I see JSN on people's benches because I know you're paying attention. I just, Charbonnet, JSN, you got Walker, you cuffed it, you're doing everything to a T. Dell, you got Tony in there just in case. Jalen Warren, who we're going to talk about later. Najee Harris is becoming a bigger risk every day just because Jalen Warren's so beloved. They love this guy. They love him. And fantasy worlds love him too. And it's just scary to think about Najee maintaining his value if they want to get Jalen Warren the football in Tony Pollard fashion. I'll admit I wasn't as high on Jalen Warren from this context and angle months ago, but he's starting to grow on me at his ADP, but his ADP is starting to climb, so I might even back off after just a few weeks of watching his ADP climb more. But he's certainly, like, the Najee owner is going to be scared to death, and you got so much trade power on this bench, bro. I just let it sit and simmer and marinate. This team is fantastic, and you got so much potential for trades. You just wait. Be patient. You're going to have trade options galore because of the way you drafted your bench. This one here, have to keep one full PPR, Ramondre, ETN. Ramondre's probably safer. ETN's higher upside, higher reward. It's a pro and a con on all sides. You got Bill Belichick, you got a putrid offense in New England. Sorry, Travis. And a quarterback I don't think is going to succeed. And then what do? You know, I just don't know what's going to happen there in New England, and so that worries me for Ramondre. They also brought in Zeke Elliott, who's great at goal line touchdown scoring, and Ramondre wasn't his fault, but it is what it is. Can someone mute? I got someone like mouth breathing on the line there. Just mute whoever's on mute that didn't mute yet. Please mute, or it's just some rustling or something. I don't know if you're in the wind. I have to keep one, so I'm probably going to say give me ETN, but I'm a little bit of a dice roller. ETN looks good, bro. He scored a touchdown. Let me come back to these super chats in 1 second, and I'll answer some phone calls. I'll put them on screen here, and then I'll come back. So if you dropped a super chat, I have not answered you yet. You can see me dropping your super chat on screen. I'm coming back for you. Don't you worry. I'm coming back, and I'm going to answer all these super chats right now, so hang tight. Let me hit the phone line right now. Let's go to Oscar. Oscar, you are live. Don't forget to unmute yourself. Let's go.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Perfect. Hey, Smitty, I just wanted to go over my lineup real quick. See if...
You're cutting in and out now. How fast can you be? Hit me with your lineup. Go.
All right. So it's Fields, Chase, Wilson, Gibbs, Walker, Okonkwo, Christian Watson, Dotson.
All right, hold on. You're going a little
Charbonnet.
too fast. A little too fast. Fields, Chase, Wilson, who?
Running back Gibbs, Walker, Okonkwo, Christian Watson, Dotson,
Come on, bro.
Charbonnet, Pickens,
Okay.
Swift,
You're wasting my
JSN,
marker, bro.
McKinnon, and Jordan Love.
Yeah.
And then KC defense.
Four-man league. What do you possibly need help with this team? This team's crushed it. There's nothing to trade. You have all like the Mars and Moon Men. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to get rid of Mars and Moon Men to acquire Mars and Moon Men. There's nothing to do here. You sit on that bench. You've got that amazing bench value. Maybe there's some upgrades for you. Maybe Walker doesn't quite pull his weight, and I'm wrong on Walker. There's risk with Walker, but then you can upgrade him or something if that doesn't work out. But Garrett Wilson, Gibbs, Jamar Chase, come on, get out of here. What are you gonna do? Walker to Bijan is your only move. You could try it. You could take a lot of your bench players and upgrade Walker, keep Charbonnet, upgrade Walker. But I love Walker, so it pains me to even suggest it. But there's nothing I can help you with, bro. You drafted the exact blueprint of the show. What question do you have, though? Do you have a specific question? Other than
I guess the only thing would be in terms of that defense spot, right? And I know we spoke a little bit about having a backup on that. Right now, I don't have a backup defense. But I think that's really the only thing that's kind of top of mind.
Well, I don't necessarily love a backup defense. I love a certain strategy that no one else is deploying, which is crazy. The thinking I have. I want to do a video on it. I don't want to do it here now. I want to show everybody the crazy defensive strategy I have. That honestly, every time I explain it to people, maybe 2 out of 4 people like what I'm talking about. The other 2 think I'm absolutely insane. But bro, you can't like, if you don't get a top defense, you don't hold 2 defenses. Unless you're really good at streaming, and if you are, then I condone it. Because some people can stream defenses beautifully, and other people think they can stream it, and they can't, and they just waste opportunities to consume and hold running backs and wide receivers that could break out, like A-Chain or McKinnon's, and depends on your bench. There's a lot of people that have benches where they're like, Smitty, I picked up, extra running back and wide receiver, and I got to pick up a kicker for week 1. Who do I cut? McKinnon or A-Chain or, Jalen Warren? And it's like, what? So everybody's league size is different, but I would rather just grab, are the Steelers available? They tend to be available sometimes, and I can't believe it. And I'm like, that's your defense right there. That's a top 5 defense right there. Like, you can start that defense all year long. Steelers are going to be great.
Would you do Steelers over Kansas City?
Yeah. Kansas City aren't top 5 defense, bro. I don't think so. Yeah. I like the Steelers. If they're available, go grab them.
In terms of having like a backup tight end, I guess, just so that.
Backup. Yeah, I just
find it hard to drop any of these bench players.
Yeah, if it's a plentiful waiver wire pool of tight ends every week, then you don't need to. Not that I like that idea, but it comes down to the risk of dropping a Jalen Warren or a McKinnon or somebody, as an example, is greater than having to go find a Ferguson or a Taysom Hill or whatever. You'll probably be okay. So as long as you feel comfortable with what you see on the waiver wire, that's all I'll tell you. All right, hang tight, bro. I'm gonna get around the phone line here. Oscar, appreciate you. Put on mute if you want to stay. Farb, Brett Farb, you're live.
Yeah, Smitty. I wanted to get a quick team breakdown. I called the other day.
Gotta go quick. I got too many super chats and too many phone callers to do a full team breakdown. You can give me something verbal real quickly, but I can only do that for like the $20 haulers right now, unfortunately, because I just slow the show down to a crawl. But go ahead as fast as you can, Farb.
All right. Who can I package for Trevor? I got Trevor T-Law. I'm trying to maybe upgrade a quarterback. I got, Watson, Pickens, JSN. You see any kind of a package to upgrade? Would you go I got Tony.
Hey, who's your quarterback?
Any upgrade there? I got T-Law.
I don't know that you need to upgrade T-Law. I love T-Law, but like if you could give, I guess Dotson, you said Pickens. If you could give one of those to get Fields or Hurts or Mahomes or Josh Allen, of course I would do it. Yeah. So, but past that, what else are you going to do? I'm not giving up like bigger starting lineup pieces to go from T-Law to Fields when I really do like T-Law a lot. And if it's 6 points for TD, I love T-Law. If it's 4, I still love, Fields a mile above him, but I still love T-Law. Like he is my number 6 quarterback. So, you can only upgrade so much. I love T-Law.
Yeah. My issue was I don't have a backup quarterback, so if I do a 2 for 1, I can at least pick up another quarterback. But only go that huge upgrade because T-Law is that good. But the problem is you're going to find somebody that agrees and likes T-Law that much. I don't know. All right, hang tight, Farb. I'll come back around to you. Mute yourself if you could. Scuba, mute yourself. You might already be on mute, but I'll just let you know. Rock out, Mars Man, rock out. What's up, my main man, Mars Man, rock out?
Yeah, I'm in a reflex draft, and my first 3 picks were Justin Fields, Barkley, and Olave. Would you go running back, wide receiver, or quarterback as the 4th pick?
You know my answer to this, rock out. You're one of my graduating pupils, and I can't give you a position. You have to give me players. That's like saying what do I do I take this dollar bill over here or this dollar bill over here, and I don't know what dollar bill I'm reaching for. Okay.
All right, we could probably get Ridley, Watson as a receiver, or we can also get Hall, Walker, Aaron Jones, Pierce, or we can get Aaron Rodgers as QB.
I'll probably go Ridley, but that's me. I like him a lot. But those are all great options. I think Walker is great too, but he is like a round past Ridley. If I missed another player, I apologize, but I think Ridley was the best player.
Also Watson.
Yeah, I like Watson, but he's like a round later. Like Watson's in the 4th round. Walker's in the 4th round. In a normal context. And Ridley's in the 2-3 turn. So Ridley's the pick. You have a higher likelihood of seeing Watson or Hall fall back to you at the next pick, too.
How about Rodgers, the Superflex League?
It's tempting. Very tempting. But I'd probably go for Jordan Love the next pick.
All right, that works.
All right, hang tight. Ben, you're live. Oh, Ben hung up. Ben, your time to shine. It's gone. Okay, hang tight, callers. Real quick, callers. Hang tight. Mute if you could, guys. Rock out, all of you guys. Please mute. I always say that, and then somebody thinks, well, it doesn't apply to me, and then you just hear in the background. Wasn't able to snag Charbonnet. Damn it! Took JSN the round before. I don't hate that thinking if you got sniped early and you took JSN, because JSN's a boss, bro. Trade pieces are McKinnon, Dotson, Bigsby, Tony. Way to get him in a trade. I mean, I would probably give up. I hate giving up McKinnon, but I would give up McKinnon. I wouldn't give up Dotson. I would give up Bigsby. I hate giving up Bigsby, but I would give up Bigsby, Tony, or McKinnon to get that done. But that's the only thing. Don't be trading Dotson, bro. No way. Chase and James Cook for Bijan and Olave. What do I look like, Hunter? What do I look like, a complete moron? Of course, bro. You smash Bijan and Olave for Jamar Chase and James Cook. Don't buy into the James Cook hype to the tune of Olave. Like, Chase and Bijan are equals in my mind. So you take it out of the equation, okay? Take Chase, take Bijan out. Now you're asking me, Hunter, I'm not mad at you, by the way. I love you, pal. I appreciate your super chat. But now you're asking me, do I trade James Cook for Olave? You know what I'm saying? If you pull this off, Hunter, you're gonna be the trade master of the day. I think we still have that somewhere. It's like the trade wizard of the day or something like that. I have it somewhere. I'll have to find it. But you pull that off, you come back and tell me, and you are the wizard of the day, the best trade of the day. Smitty, does the QBs for Kupp and Adams play a factor in their decline? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I went over at the beginning of the show. And that's what my Avoid Cooper Kupp video was days ago when I said, don't draft Cooper Kupp. He's injury prone. He's over 30. He's only had 2 seasons over 1,000 yards. He's only had 1 electric season. 1, not 2. 1 electric season. He's over 30 years old, and his quarterback is having problems right now connecting with his team. He said he had to have pictures of them to know who they were. Like, I don't know what the hell that's about. Why his wife even told anybody that information. But it was crazy. The report about him saying he couldn't connect with his wide receivers. They kept calling him sir and not treating him like an equal. They were treating him like a coach, which you could say is a positive, but not when he's trying to connect and build rapport with them. He's not a coach. He's their teammate. And while Aaron Rodgers walks around and says, hey, buddy, I want you to do this. I want you to do that. We're going to have dinner tonight, and you and I are going to talk. I love that about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is probably one of my favorite players and people in this world. And I love that people hate him. I love it. Aaron Rodgers is a man. He's a man. You hear me? And Aaron Rodgers goes up to a guy, puts his arm around him, says, you and I need to have dinner this week or tonight. And he's like coaching them. But they also view him as an equal and a friend. And Stafford says he has pictures of his receivers. He doesn't even know their names. He's like, Steve? Bob? This is a disaster waiting to happen. And Jimmy Garoppolo is a train wreck of a situation who can't throw the football down the field. So how in the hell is Devontae Adams going to do well? A Lamb over Olave, Olave over Lamb. I mean, in a vacuum, I think Olave could be as good, if not better. But I think you have to choose Lamb. Lamb's going like a lot higher. But would I trade down to take a Olave? Yeah, I would actually trade down. Let's say I can move my 4th rounder into the 3rd round and get Gibbs and Ridley in the 3rd round. I'm doing that to move my Lamb pick down to the Olave pick. Or into the Ridley pick. I'd move my Lamb pick down into the Ridley pick to move up my 5th rounder into the 4th to get Kenneth Walker, as an upgrade. Just did membership. Appreciate you, Melvin, my guy, doing it live.
To the moon.
My boy Melvin. Appreciate my boy Melvin. We're going straight into the 8 p.m. show, I think. It's crazy. Smitty traded Mike Evans for Kamara and 25 first rounder and 24 second rounder. Traded Mike Evans for Kamara and a 20. Yeah, I love that. I think Kamara and Mike Evans probably have about the same amount of time. So why not take the RB that I feel looks like a running back 1 on the field? Like, we have a small sample size of him bouncing back, but ladies and gentlemen, Kamara looks the part. He's out 3 games. It sucks, but you got compensation. Oh wait, hold. And then Kamara, 25 first and 24 second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. What are we talking about here? Traded Mike Evans for Kamara and a 25 first and 24 second for Dotson. You got a couple 4s here, King. I don't know what you're trading here. Listen to this. Let's have a read back. Let's have the computer read back. Just make sure I'm not off here, but I don't know what you're saying here. You're going to have to rephrase this.
Superchat $4.99 from Michael Kling. Smitty traded Mike Evans for Kamara and 25 first and 24 second for Dotson. Thoughts? This is Dynasty as well. Thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know what you did here. There's too many 4s. This looks like a 3-way trade. So get back to me on that. I don't know. Honestly, I like Kamara over Mike Evans, if that helps. I like Dotson over Mike Evans. I like Mike Evans and Kamara probably over Dotson if you can win. But I understand if you got first rounders in Dotson, then I take that. Rate my trade, 10 PPR keeper. I traded Justin Herbert and ETN. I received Bijan and Captain Kirk. So I have Bijan for his entire career. Herbert and ETN, I get behind that. And then I try and trade Cousins, though. I don't want him as my starter long-term in a dynasty. $10 hauler from my boy, Williams.
To the moon.
Williams, appreciate you, Williams. Williams quickly becoming a nice little addition to this community, let me tell you that. I think you bought a membership on the fantasyfootballshow.com just recently. Not to out you as being an absolute boss, but you are. He gets to enjoy all this, and now he's in here super chatting like a monster lately. $10 hauler. 10-man full PPR, Watson, Jacobs, Aaron Jones, Chase, Amon-Ra, Olave, Pat Freiermuth, benches, Ayuk, Pacheco. Love the Pacheco bench piece. Love the Jalen Warren piece. I think you could go after the Najee owner pretty hardcore with that Jalen Warren later, if not now. He's probably reading all this news on Jalen Warren. He's like, shit. Don't like Jacobs, but you could maybe trade him. Or if you like him, roll with him. Don't always listen to me. Just take my advice the best you can. And, have it help you nudge you over the fence. You don't necessarily need to just always go with what I say. But I don't like Jacobs, man. I've been pretty on point with these avoids so far, I must say. JT, don't go near him. Boom. Down goes the hammer. Cooper Kupp, not laughing at injury, not excited about injury, not celebrating injury. This is about being historically correct. And Cooper Kupp was a complete avoid. Jacobs is a complete avoid for me. 400 touches, roughly. 8-man front galore awaiting him. Just an 8-man front fest every game. Jimmy Garoppolo does not throw the football down the field. How's this ball entering the red zone territory? And then this guy held out all of August. So he's coming back in what we would call a holdout mode where you haven't played football and you just go out there and get injured. 400 touches, practically. Almost 400 touches. Holding out mode. That is a recipe for disaster if I've ever seen one. So I'm trading him high. So good team other than that, but I would definitely try and move. And when you think about it, where's Jacobs getting drafted? Round 2, 3? Trade him straight up for a Walker. Get a little more if you can. Trade him straight up for I mean, you could use Pacheco. Did you have Pacheco? Yeah, you had Pacheco on your bench. I'm not saying straight up, but like Pacheco and then a big wide receiver like Ridley. You could go after a wide receiver like Ridley and try and get a Kamara and Ridley for Jacobs. I mean, those are the kind of things that win leagues. This one from Robert. Robert says, drafted last night, Deshaun Watson. Don't like Deshaun at all as a quarterback. Bijan, Gibbs, love it. Diggs, Olave, Andrews, Walker, Lockett. Love it, bro. You got so much depth. You could trade Kirk. You could trade Christian Kirk and Lockett and Javonte and whatever. Any one of those combinations to upgrade Watson into Fields or into T-Law. I'm doing that all day long. Your team is an absolute monster minus that quarterback situation. Thoughts on my squad. Should I try and get a running back? Josh Allen, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, Kamara. Hate the Gibson being your running back 2 play. Mike Williams, can't stand him at his ADP. Drake London, love it. Yeah, you got a couple moves here. Mike Williams and Gibson for just a slightly better player. I would go after Pacheco and McKinnon from Mike Williams, and you could easily get that done. Pacheco's value is so low, but that would be a saving grace for you. Pacheco won't cost you much, bro. Go get him. You need Pacheco and McKinnon, though. Michael with the $5 holler just sent you a message about a trade I made on the text line. Forgot you were live. Michael, let me look at it real quick. Michael is my boy. Michael is my longest. He's the longest running text line supporter I have. This guy's an absolute boss. Traded A.J. Brown for Ridley and Montgomery. Okay. I think it made sense. 0 running back build. I have Lawrence at QB. Yeah. I think that I'm still live, Michael. I'm just leaving you a message as well on this, but I think that's it's a good move considering that you get that running back support, and I love Ridley. I think Ridley could be top 5. Ridley, I don't draft anywhere near A.J. Brown just for a point of reference for people in terms of where his ADP and where his value is, but like he could be as good so you got an extra player. I would try and flip Monty personally, but that's a good move. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. Monty's steady. He's about 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns, pretty easily. I mean, to be honest. $10 hauler from my boy Isaac, and thank you, Michael, again for your super chat and your support. I have Chigakonkwo as my tight end, and my bench is Algier, Zach Charbonnet, Dotson, Deontay P. Ryan. I really don't want to have to drop any of these for Higbee. I can't stand Deontay Johnson, but you can't drop him. But maybe you trade him. Samaji's okay. He's, I don't know. He's a good backup if you got Javonte, but maybe you make a trade, man. Deontay and I don't know, go to the Javonte owner, and maybe you are the Javonte owner, but if you aren't, go to the Javonte owner and say, I'll give you Deontay Johnson and P. Ryan for your one player that's slightly better than Deontay. Same thing with Elijah Moore. Maybe the Amari Cooper owner would want to sidecar cuff Elijah Moore and protect their Amari Cooper shares. Dotson and Deontay for a slightly better player, those are probably that's where my mind goes. If you don't have Walker, I'm trading both those receivers and a running back for Walker if that running back is ranked lower. Thank you for your super chat. Scuba Steve, what else can I do for you, Scuba?
Hey, Smitty, I have a question. How do you assess Kadarius Toney? Is he somebody that you want to put a flyer on? Because he in one of my leagues, he is on the waiver wire. But to me, considering it, I would have to drop somebody like Jonathan Mingo or something like that. But I mean, I feel like Mingo, maybe Marvin Mims and like Jalen Hyatt. I feel like those guys have like a more upside just because I know he's on Kansas City just because this guy can't even stay on the field.
So you have Marvin Mims?
No, even the names that are on the waiver wire. So I have.
No. Who do you have? Who do you have to cut? Give me your bottom 4 guys, and I'll tell you whether you should cut him for Toney. That's really the question. Toney's an amazing prospect. He is quite arguably not the KC Chiefs' number 1 wide receiver, or he is.
Yep.
We don't know. We know that the last word we got was he was the Chiefs' number 1 wide receiver. Then he got injured. Then he had his surgery. And he's reportedly on track to play week 1. And he's never been demoted from the Chiefs' number 1 wide receiver role. And I think he's very overlooked right now. He's very risky, but he's also very overlooked. So I would say to you, probably a smart idea to get this guy on the roster. So give me your bottom 4 guys.
All right. It'd probably be either Mingo or Devon Ache because I have Kamara, Pickens, Herbert, Zach Charbonnet, and Warren, and I'm not going to drop any of those guys.
It's Mingo.
The only guys
if it's redraft, you cut Mingo for Toney. It's worth the risk. I mean, maybe Mingo ends up becoming something special, but he's a rookie. Yep. He's also got Adam Thielen, who's looking pretty decent right now to the point where Mingo's not screaming, I'm a rookie, I'm going to have a 1,200-yard, 7-touchdown season. Kadarius Toney, as injury-prone as he is, he's a big trade piece, too. If he goes out there and has 110 yards and a touchdown in week 1, you could trade him probably for the world, bro. Like, Mingo's not doing that for you as a rookie consistently, so this is an easy call for me. Absolutely easy. I wouldn't have drafted Mingo over Kadarius Toney to begin with.
All right. Well, I guess at the time I thought when I had the chance when I was in the draft I thought that Kadarius Toney was still going to be wasn't going to be there when I picked. So after I picked Mingo at the time, I didn't even realize that Kadarius Toney was still there. So that was something on I guess on my end. I mean the only other thing that I could think of would you do this too? Like, cause in my league I have IR. So say if Kadarius Toney's he's out, would you still put him on your IR and then if I didn't pick up Mingo back and then just have both guys on the roster? Is that something that you do? Manipulate the IR spots a little bit?
Yeah, of course. If you can manipulate the IR spot, you do it. Sure, but Kadarius Toney's not going to be on IR because he's going to be playing week 1.
Okay.
All right. Actually, Scuba, call back when we open the phone lines back up in a little bit. Rock out, final thoughts. Appreciate you, Scuba. Thank you for waiting patiently. Rock out, final thoughts here, and then I'm gonna get to some of these super chats, maybe get to some more news and then I'll open the phone lines up in a little bit again. We're probably going straight into the 8 p.m. show because we're 25 minutes away. There's no reason to leave. We got 505 people in here anyway. Punch that thumb up button. Rock out. What can I do for you?
No, you're good. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Call back in. Rock out. Appreciate you, man. Later.
Yep.
So we have some news here to go over. Christian McCaffrey news. This is kind of what we've, another avoid that we've talked about on the show, to the degree of taking him 1, 2, or 3 overall. Like if he was to fall to the middle of the first round, it's really hard to pass on him. I get it, but this ESPN report talking about how he believes, this is Dan Graziano, the 49ers will take Christian McCaffrey off the field more often than the Panthers did. There's definitely, this thought has been like rolling around news wires for a while, and a lot of beat writers and a lot of people like me projecting them to try and keep this man healthy. We're going to see him do a lot of the between the 20s work, and then once they get inside the red zone, we're going to see a lot of Eli Mitchell. Now, if Eli Mitchell gets hurt and if Jordan Mason gets hurt, then they will have to force Christian McCaffrey to play on all downs practically, and then he could end up getting hurt. It's a catch-22. It's a double-edged sword with Christian McCaffrey. If he doesn't get removed from the field, then you have the issue of him being overworked and getting hurt by week 10, because he has a huge injury risk that everybody's ignoring and acting like isn't present anymore. He's a huge injury risk, plain and simple. And if he gets taken off the field to preserve him, he's not producing quite the same. So Bijan over Christian McCaffrey. And honestly, this is something that people had a problem with when we said it months and months ago, and now all these analysts are getting cued everywhere, saying, I really like Bijan as my running back 1. And welcome to the train. But anybody that's trying to do that now and is late to the party, anybody out there trying to pretend this is an idea that they just came up with, that Bijan Robinson's running back 1 2023, which is shocking to everybody but us, your Bijan card's being revoked. Every single one of you.
Your Bijan card has been revoked.
Not to say McCaffrey's an absolute bust. It's more reason that makes me feel like, okay, this isn't going to be quite the season people want, whether he gets injured being overworked or whether he gets rested and people don't get the touchdowns they want. It's, like I said, double-edged sword. Tyreek Hill will not be suspended for his pitter-patter, tippy-tap on the head that he gave that guy. I mean, we talked about this, that when the actual video footage was released, I watched it on my phone. I think I even showed it like this. That was like this. The guy was walking by and he went, just tapped the guy in the head. Nothing's going to happen. Everybody freaking out about, he hit a guy. He didn't hit a guy. He gave him a little pity pat right on the head, little smacky poo, right on the back of the head, maybe even the neck. There was nothing going to happen to this. Alvin Kamara lambasted a guy into the ground with his buddies and demolished the man's life, and they gave him a 3-game suspension. You think Tyreek Hill is going to get any sort of punishment? Anybody that thought Tyreek Hill was going to get any sort of punishment for a little tappy poo right on the back of the head? No, wasn't going to happen. The video footage was ridiculous when it came out. It was like, this is ridiculous garbage. This right here, Devon A-Chain. And I'm not saying that Tyreek Hill was acting good or good that day, or that he's not a wild card. I'm just saying that particular incident, I can look at everything objectively too. Head coach Mike McDaniel said that Devon A-Chain shoulder could return sooner rather than later. This is your potential running back 1 in Miami until we hear otherwise. They could bring in a Kareem Hunt. They could make this cloudy, but with Wilson Jr. now out of the picture, for now at least, it is a Devon A-Chain versus a injury-prone, I can't stay healthy Raheem Mostert. And it's A-Chain's going to win. A-Chain could be a league winner. He could also get injured himself because he's still struggling with that shoulder injury. So I don't know that he's like for sure, a lock by any means, but I think he's a fantastic player to own right now. And he could be a crafty running back 3-4 on your bench and good trade piece. This is that news I was talking about earlier from Dan Graziano, again from ESPN. Don't be surprised if Jaylen Warren is the Steelers' lead running back by the end of the season. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to hear if you're a Najee Harris owner or believer. And to be quite honest with you, it's been a concern of mine for a while, and I like Najee a lot. I do. I like Najee quite a bit. And if you cuff them together, maybe you're okay. The problem is his ADP is going to climb into almost a territory where he's not a cuff anymore. He's like a standalone little player, similar to back in the day when Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt were both going too high to consider Kareem Hunt a cuff. Jaylen Warren is starting to become a Tony Pollard type version player that you standalone draft for your flex spot. And quite honestly, Najee has been very inefficient in years past, and I was really excited about Najee's preseason performance where he averaged over 4.5 or 6 yards per carry. That's what I needed to see. I even came on the live stream after and said he averaged a good amount of yards per carry. The efficiency looks to be there, and that was the concern. He needed to be overfed to produce because he was so inefficient, but he had the Liz Frank injury last year. But it looks like he's better. He's healthy. I like Najee a lot, but you can't take Najee in the third round. Najee is a fourth-round player. He is a guy you could maybe say is a steal in the fourth round. You cuff him to Warren and you're set. But if Najee climbs into round 3, and I don't think he will off the back of news like this, and this is going to be widespread. People are talking about it everywhere. I think Najee stays in round 4. But to be honest, I don't want Najee in round 4 in more than one league. If I had 5 leagues in round 4, I'm taking maybe, it depends on who falls. I'm taking Walker every time over Najee. I'm taking Breece Hall every time over Najee. And Breece Hall has got his own concerns, but I like those red flags and outcomes better at the cost of entry. Jaylen Warren's a problem. He's a problem. He'll probably be a problem for Najee all year long. And at this point, given this, and not that Dan Graziano makes the call, this is a opinion piece, but the fact that this is one of 1,000 things coming at us that's Jaylen Warren related, and beat writers everywhere are talking this guy up, and the fact that he's explosive, he looks good, and the team's very interested in getting him on the field a lot. I'm feeling like Najee Harris might be a no-go for me moving forward. Okay, let me go ahead before I hit these super chats. Buddy, you're on the show live. What can I do for you real quick? I can't go over your entire team right now, so please consolidate your question into something smaller. I can't do a pat on your... I can't give everybody a pat on the back today, unfortunately.
It's all good.
Yeah,
I called just 2 nights ago, and I was trying to move Javonte Williams. He's my number 2 running back. I went kind of no RB draft, and I was trying to package him and Christian Kirk for someone like Ramondre. Ramondre owner's holding off right now, said he'll consider it maybe in a couple weeks, but should I just kind of ride it out and let Williams, be my RB2 and then try to reevaluate, or is there another running back that I should target?
I like Walker plus Charbonnet a little bit more than
Charbonnet on the bench.
Yeah, so the perfect. I would trade Javonte and Kirk for Walker and something. I think Javonte and Kirk is too much for Walker in terms of market value. But at the end of the day...
No, brother. I got Walker as my RB1.
Oh.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay. Then I guess I would say, this would be... let's see. Running backs. That's tough. That's tough because that running back territory... Javonte's really good, bro. I really, really like Javonte Williams this year. I almost hesitate.
Everybody's scared because of the whole knee thing.
Yeah, I just hesitate. Can you get Gibbs for this?
Can definitely try. I've tried to shoot over a trade to the guy before. He declined me because I tried to throw him Khalil Herbert, but I was trying to definitely fleece. But even though he's a midseason monster, but
yeah, this is a
pretty. I can try this too.
This would be a home run move, and I think it's value wise, it probably makes sense. Kirk goes pretty high, so it's not like you're giving him, a bad offer, but. That's what I would do, bro.
All right, man. I appreciate you.
All right, man. Appreciate you later. 337 caller, you're live. Who is this and where are you calling from? You had your time to shine. All right. Getting on to the news here. The recovery, $10 hauler. Appreciate you.
To the moon.
$10 hauler. Appreciate you. Yahoo is ridiculous. LOL. They gave me a C grade. All right, let's see if this guy is ready. 337 caller. You're live again. Who is this? Where are you calling from? Yeah, are you there, bro?
Yeah. Sorry.
What are you calling from a fax machine, or what are you doing?
I'm sorry, buddy.
What?
Over here in Louisiana.
I'm sorry. Who is this?
This is the Iceman over in Louisiana.
Iceman. You know what? I don't really let people give themselves cool nicknames like that. You got to earn it, but I don't know, bro. I like you already. I'm gonna give it to you, Iceman. Iceman, it is. Iceman, what can I do for you, Iceman?
All right, Smitty, you're gonna be proud of me. Yesterday,
I hope
I successfully pulled off a trade. It was Christian Watson for C.J. Stroud, and he totally bought into it. Now I'm wondering what to do with Christian Watson. I'm thinking about going after Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wait, hold on. You said it backwards because I just sent you on a lap. You got Christian Watson. You said it the reverse. Okay. So you got Christian Watson, fantastic move. What's your follow up here? What are you trying to do?
All right, I'm in a dynasty league and I have Rachaad White as my RB2, Christian McCaffrey as my RB1. So I'm trying to get Jahmyr Gibbs. So I'm thinking pairing Christian Watson with Rachaad White to get Jahmyr Gibbs.
I mean, you pulled that off, bro. That's money. That's money.
Yeah. I'm
Absolute
just worried
money. about
I'm
what?
just worried about Jahmyr and his rookie season. You know, how do you feel about him?
How do I feel about probably my favorite player of all fantasy football 2023? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, I just need some confirmation. I'm a fan. I just need a little confirmation to
Confirmation
take the
of
lead.
what? That he's going to absolutely explode. He's going to catch 65 passes as a rookie. Here, don't listen to me. Listen to the science behind it. The science behind it. All right, be quiet real quick. But the continuum of the gigawatt component structure of Jahmyr Gibbs' workload divide has a megawatt offload that if you compartmentalize the component conjunction timekeeper and you flux capacitor out the continuum component megabolt, things just end up happening. And that's why Jahmyr Gibbs is a top 5 to 10 running back instead of top 6 to 10. If that doesn't sell you on Jahmyr Gibbs and why he can't be top 5, I don't know that I can help you. But bro, Jahmyr Gibbs he's a weapon. He's a weapon. He's a weapon.
You know, I pulled the trade off for Watson. I'm a little reluctant to get rid of him. I know he's got great trade value. I just want to make it worth it, you know. But you proved a great point. I'm going to go for it, and I think it's a great time because the guy who has Gibbs also has Cooper Kupp.
Bro, Monty has nothing to do with it. Nothing. That's actually not true. He's a necessity to keep Gibbs healthy. But anybody that says something is ridiculous as Monty's in his way, they literally are just like vomiting out of their mouth, like just words. There's nothing meaningful coming out of that person's mouth. Monty's in the. What do you mean Monty's in the way? Let's do a little math session, okay? How many carries?
I didn't say Monty was.
No. I'm not saying you, bro. I'm just saying like when people scare people, like you said, convince me. You're worried because of the workload. That's what you're worried about. And the workload is, let's say they run the ball 450 times. Okay? If you take, even if Jahmyr Gibbs runs 200 times, which he probably won't even need to do because he's going to get 65, 70 balls. He won't have time. That's 250 carries left over. This is why you went to college. Okay? 250 carries left over for Monty. And that's on a 200 workload for Jameer, which he doesn't even need. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Monty has nothing to do with him getting a shorter stack of opportunity. He's not getting a short stack. And he's a weapon. He's a weapon. This team loved him. When people say Swift, he's Swift 2.0. Most ridiculous thing anybody could ever say. Swift has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. They were so excited drafting this guy. They were bear hugging each other. They were picking each other up. GM wrapping his legs around the other guy. He's holding him, just swaying back and forth, going, "We got him, buddy. We got him. Kung Fu in the garage. Bunk beds. Get him ready. We got him."
I'm sold.
We got him, buddy.
I'm gonna make it happen.
All right, I gotta go, bro. Later. Appreciate you. Iceman
appreciate
out.
you, Smith.
Iceman out. Good Lord. Okay, recovery. Yahoo is ridiculous. They gave me a C grade for my team, Bijan. Guys, the super chats, I'm going to grab everyone. Tony, Bryson, Braden, Austin, J-Max. I got all your super chats. Garcia, Eduardo. I'm going to drag them on the screen in 1 second. I'm going to get through these real quick. I'm going to pile drive through these super chats, and then I'm coming for you. C grade on my draft. Bijan, Pollard, Olave, Fields, Devontae Smith, Fryermuth, Gibbs, Pacheco. Get out of here, bro. Come on, recovery. Oh, God. Recovery, I don't know that your league's going to recover from this season you're going to put on them, bro. Absolute Smitty approved. Just unbelievable. All chilled. The $5 hauler, 14-team full PPR. Herbert, Goff, Barkley, Hall, Swift, Algier, Garrett Wilson, DJ Moore. Kind of, you know, when you see somebody else's really good team after you see the team that, like, recovery got, it's like, it puts a little damper on it. Because this is a really good team, but I'm like, I mean, it doesn't quite look like recoveries. But you're in a 14-teamer, so it's not going to. It's just one of those things. Visually, it's like, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. But in a 14-teamer, I mean, it's a good squad. Barkley and Hall, Swift. You got Garrett Wilson, DJ Moore, like JSN. In a 14-teamer, this is a masterful display of knowledge in drafting. Trade potential, I mean, I'd love to get Herbert into a Fields or a Burrow, you know, and I don't know that you can necessarily get that done trading anybody, you know, like Tony yet, but maybe you wait on Tony. I don't know that I trade. I mean, you could go to the Bijan owner, try and get rid of Algier and let's say Tony or Algier and Swift to upgrade a tiny bit if there's a safer player they have that, you know, and they consider that, or maybe the Algier and Tony, you know, Herbert to the owner of Bijan who happens to have, you know, Fields or Burrow or something like that, or a better quarterback. Past that, I mean, there's really not much you can do until JSN gains his value back, until Tony gains some value back. Yeah, I don't know that there's much you can do here. You know, Fryermuth, you're not going to get a lot for him. I don't really Barkley in you know, would I trade Barkley down? Would I downgrade Barkley into Walker and Charbonnet or something like that? Probably. If I could get like a Ridley in here, if I could get a Debo, if you could take Barkley and turn him into Walker and Debo, like type of thing, that would be a huge move because I like Walker quietly as much if you've got Charbonnet. Smitty, Marvin, my brother, he just did his membership. Attaboy Torres, appreciate you, my guy. Thank you. The Torres brothers, appreciate the Torres brothers. I love the Torres brothers. 12-team, 2-keeper league. I have Wilson and St. Brown in rounds 9 and 10. Wilson and St. Brown in rounds 9 and 10. I'm drafting 1.12. The running backs will be Henry, Jacobs, and Gibbs. Wide receivers will be Ridley. I go Gibbs all day long. And what a display of masterful delivery and execution with those wide receivers last year. Just put yourself in a position to dominate and destroy and lambaste your team, bro. What running backs are you starting over Breece Hall week 1? Bro, man, that's such a loaded question. What running backs am I starting over Breece Hall? First of all, I can't answer that question yet because we don't know Breece Hall's status. Like, right now, we're assuming he's going to be limited. We don't even know to what degree. So, I mean, everybody from, like, you know, Gibbs up, Ramondre up, Walker up, Etienne up, you know, even Najee Harris in week 1 probably. And then Breece Hall's, like, right below those guys. But I'd have to have like a question in front of me. Like if you have Pacheco, McKinnon, Pacheco's even interesting for week 1 over Breece Hall, just because we don't know what Breece Hall's workload is going to be. That's not a knock on Breece Hall. That shouldn't make anybody not want to own Breece Hall. Breece Hall's a value right now. But it's a good question, but we need to wait a little bit. Sorry, Smitty just super chatted. The draft picks were for Dotson and Kamara for Evans straight up. Okay, so Dotson and Kamara for Evans straight up. Draft picks were for Dotson and Kamara for Evans straight up. Okay, I like Dotson and Kamara. That's a smash, bro. And unless you got I forget if they're first rounders, but if you got first rounders and Dotson and Kamara for Evans, I love it. If you had to give up first rounders and Evans for Dotson and Kamara, it's more questionable if it was first rounders. I forget what the question. Let me see if I can find Kings or Klings. Kling. I'm gonna call you King anyway. 25 first rounder and 24 second. So again, you didn't really word it entirely perfect here. You said, sorry, Smitty just super chatted. The draft picks were for Dotson and Kamara. Okay, I think I got it. So you got the draft picks and Dotson and Kamara. You smashed it, bro. Absolute smashed it. That was probably one of the best trades I've seen all day. If you got the picks and Dotson and Kamara, bro, just for Mike Evans, like what was that guy even thinking? What was he thinking back there? Smitty, can you name my team? Can I name my team Moonmen? I would, bro. I'd even name it Moonmen Extraordinaires. You know, put a little class on it. Put a little class in that name. But would you trade away Olave and say Madison or White for Lamb? Probably not. Probably not. I'd use those pieces to upgrade something else, and I like Olave enough. Should I trade? Thank you for the super chat. Should I trade more London and for Debo JSN? More and London for Debo JSN. He has Kupp. That's a tough one, bro. I'd probably take Debo and I'd probably take more in London. I'd probably take more in London on that. That's really close, bro. Really, really close. $10 hauler from Dylan.
To the moon.
$10 hauler from Dylan. Dylan says 12-team league. How's my team? Rodgers, Wilson, St. Brown. So Garrett Wilson, St. Brown, Ridley, Walker, Javonte, Fryman with benches, Charbonnet, Dodson, JT. JT, bro. You have a good team for Evan JT, though. Would like to trade for another running back. Yeah. That sucks you drafted JT, man. Wow, that team's good for having JT. Imagine if it didn't have JT. Imagine if you could get Walker using JT right now. Or sorry, Breece Hall. You got Walker already. Honestly, I'd go after, like, Debo. Debo's my favorite player to go after for these, like, questionable situations because he's got question marks, but you're buying him at a low price. I know you want an RB. Pacheco is the greatest buy low RB you can find. Get McKinnon and Pacheco together if you can. That's my solution. If anybody's like hit hard from JT, Pacheco. If anybody's hit hard from Cooper Kupp, Debo or Pickens, those are good solutions. Not necessarily saying trade Kupp straight up for Pickens, but you could do it. Smitty, you didn't read my first super chat. Wild Bill says, "Okay, Wild Bill, let me go find you." Wild Bill. I'm sorry, Wild Bill. Smitty does the QBs for Kupp. Yeah, I did. Maybe I didn't read the whole thing. Let me read it again. Do the QBs for Kupp and Devontae Adams play a factor in their decline this year outside of injury? If you think so, please explain. I did get that, Wild Bill. I said that, yeah, of course. I mean, it's the biggest reason why, one of the biggest reasons why I said avoid Cooper Kupp is Stafford isn't connecting. Stafford doesn't look good. Jimmy G's awful. I did get to this. I definitely attacked that. But I would say, like, if they didn't have their red flags already, like if Cooper Kupp wasn't 30 and all that, I'd maybe buy into, okay, Stafford, let's bank on Stafford being okay. Or if the Raiders were a phenomenal squad that had, a good quarterback, and then Jacobs was facing a 400 touch curse that he has, sitting in front of him on top of, like, kind of basically being in holdout mode, his body not being ready for football and getting thrown to the wolves, I might, like, get behind Jacobs more. But to have these quarterback situations on top of the red flags that are already there for Jacobs and for Cooper Kupp, it just makes it a disastrous situation in the making. And Adrian, I have Diggs. Should I drop Gabe Davis and get JSN off waivers? Adrian, I would only drop Gabe Davis for JSN if you like winning. If you like winning, I would probably drop Gabe Davis for JSN immediately, leave the live stream and come back, and then go ahead and make that happen, because that would be the definition of a person that wants to win. And I would do it live, Adrian, and then take a lap. We got a $20 hauler from Melvin. Appreciate Melvin. I'm going to give him a little make it rain sesh. Appreciate you, Melvin. Melvin, I'm going to read it in a second. Let's go ahead and drop a few wads here. Hold on.
Alert. Super chat alert. Alert. Super chat alert.
My boy, Melvin says, my brother had been telling me about you over a year. Best content around, says Marvin Torres. This is Melvin's brother. I thought this was Melvin. This is Marvin Torres. We got a Marvin Torres sighting.
Let's go. Mashed potatoes.
Yeah, buddy.
That's Melvin's brother. I love it when the brotherhood, the friendship, the boys, they come together and they be a part of the show together. I love it. I love it. It probably makes me more happy than anything when I see a group of dudes or ladies and guys, whatever, coming in, and the camaraderie and the brotherhood of being here together on the show and enjoying the show together. So just see, I thought this was Melvin. This is Melvin Torres. And Marvin. It's Marvin. It's Marvin. Marvin, appreciate you, my guy. What a monster. Super chats. Let's go through them. The recovery. Yahoo is ridiculous. I got that one out of the way. Thank you so much. Appreciate your super chat. Bryson, 10-man PPR redraft. T-Law, Tua, running backs Walker, Charbonnet, Nick Chubb, Penny, Breece Hall, Najee Harris. Wide receivers are Garrett Wilson, Olave, London. What do you need to do? What do you need help with? Look at this squad. Tight end Hawkinson. They think you make any moves or trades? Probably not. I mean, Najee Harris is a concern for me, so maybe I flip him now. Najee Harris. I mean, you've got Breece Hall, Charbonnet, and Walker. You've got Garrett Wilson, Olave, London. You're pretty good. Like, you could take Najee Harris and maybe flip him. Quite honestly, you could flip him into a Pollard pretty easily with some of your depth, man. You know, Hawkinson he just got his big fat contract. I would probably take advantage of that if it's me. You know, and maybe upgrade T-Law into like a Hurts or a Mahomes using Hawkinson. That would be where I would go. But Najee, you know, Chubb and Najee are kind of the two players I would like poke around at, seeing what I could do, getting into a Pollard, getting into a Bijan, getting into a Gibbs. Would I trade Najee for Gibbs straight up? I certainly would. I don't know that they would, but I would certainly do that. And if I got to give up some kind of bench piece at all, like let's say Tony Pittman, I'd give up Hawkinson for an Ingram if they had an Ingram. You know, go to the Ingram owner and say, Hawkinson for Ingram, what can I trade Najee for and get a upgrade? Like, do they ironically have, you know, a quarterback upgrade they could give you? Hawkinson for Ingram, and you trade T-Law into Fields. Something along that variety. Preparing to draft and pick 7 through 12. Is Jalen Hurts worth taking in the second round at pick 19? He certainly is, Eduardo, and to be honest with you, it makes me frustrated when people act like it doesn't make sense or pencil out to take a quarterback like that early. Like, it really is this simple. For anybody that's sitting here about to scream and yell, you can't take a quarterback early, Smitty, it's just not worth it. You absolutely can, and let me show you why. It's really simple, to be honest with you. If you're sitting here in round 1, 2, 3, 4, and you say to yourself, okay, even let's use Fields, who we love in freaking 4th round territory. If Fields is here, who we love, and Hurts is here, who we love, it's apples to apples comparison. Who are you taking here? Olave instead? Okay, I love Olave. Who are you taking here? Walker instead? I love Walker. So at the end of the day, it really comes down to who's here in the second round. if you don't have an Olave, if you don't have a player you love, and you're forcing yourself to take a position and not a player, why don't you just take the best player on the board that could outscore every single player in fantasy football 2023 and grab Jalen Hurts and say to myself, yeah, I don't get Fields, who I love, but I get Walker, who I love. At the end of the day, Hurts and Walker are just as good as Olave and Fields. It is apples to apples, and you only make the decision when you're on the clock in that specific pick in the second round. Do I go Hurts or Olave? Olave might be the pick. Fields and Burrow, I love it. But if Olave's not there, and you're trying to force a third-round player like T. Higgins or Devontae Smith, who I love Devontae Smith as a third-drafted player. But if you're trying to force yourself to take a near third-round player in your mind because you got sniped like crazy, take the quarterback. Take the quarterback and get the highest scoring player in fantasy football. It really is a no-brainer to me when you're in that exact situation that I mapped out. Garcia dropping a 199. I don't know that Garcia may have dropped a question on top of that somewhere. Did I super chat and it didn't type my message? Got offered. Here we go. Got offered Kupp and Mixon for Josh Jacobs and Mike Williams. Brandon, are you still here, Garcia? Got offered Kupp and Mixon for Josh Jacobs and Mike Williams. Look, no. Brandon, I don't like Cooper Kupp this year, but you can't give up Jacobs, who I also don't like, but is coming back and he's going to be healthy, for right now. So do I trade Jacobs? 100%. But do you make that move? Hell no. Cooper Kupp is a huge risk right now. So I would definitely say pass on that. Tony, thank you for the super chat, Brandon. Hopefully you're still here. Brandon, you still here? He is here. I would do a different deal than that, Brandon. I would do a different deal. I don't think you need to... that's just too much. Kupp and Mixon for Jacobs and Mike Williams. Well, you know what? Here's the problem. I don't like Mixon at all. That's probably where I'm going different than other people. Mixon, some people have as a fourth-round player. I guess I would say this. If you were being offered Kupp and Mixon for your Jacobs and Mike Williams, and you could turn Mixon into Walker, and you could turn Mixon into Walker and Charbonnet, or you could turn Mixon into, let's say, a freaking Gibbs, then I would do that. If you can flip Mixon, I would do that. Let me see here. Does anybody agree with me on that? That if he's got Josh Jacobs and Mike Williams and he's being offered Cooper Kupp and Mixon, the only way you do that is if you could flip Mixon. We just don't know how long Cooper Kupp's out, bro. I'd be concerned about that for you. But if I could flip that into Gibbs, I would do it. I'd love to know what people think on that. Mixon's being drafted in round 2 to 3. What depends where you're drafting, Gene. He's not going in 2 or 3 in any of my drafts, but I would probably flip Mixon. I'd probably flip Mixon, but that's it. Only if you could flip Mixon. But I would trade Jacobs too. I'd go get Jahmyr Gibbs using Jacobs if I could. 0.5 PPR. T-Law, Ridley, Waddle, Watson, Bijan, Gibbs, Pierce, Ingram, Dotson, Sky Moore. Trade Bijan, Waddle, and Ingram for Chase, Kenneth Walker, Burrow. What? Bijan, Waddle, Ingram for Chase, Kenneth Walker, Burrow. Okay, so yeah, I'm taking Chase, KW3 and Burrow. And I hate to say that, but I am. That's a good move. I'm taking the Jamar Chase Burrow side. But I hate getting rid of Bijan, but it is what it is, bro. That's the cost of doing business. Also, Smitty, I did get an offer, Devontae Smith for my Najee. Would you take that? I probably would. It's tough to do, but I would be concerned a little bit about Jalen Warren and Najee. And Devontae Smith's got higher ADP anyway, so you could flip him into like a Gibbs pretty easily, I would think. Garcia says Kupp and Mixon for Josh Jacobs. There it is. Appreciate you doing another super chat, Brandon, on that one. I like Mixon. He's high-scoring offense, no-brainer move, in my opinion, says Swaggy. And Kittle, that's a fleece. Did he have Kittle on top of that, or did you just say he had Kittle? I don't know if he had Kittle in that as well. Who dropped Gibbs? Who dropped Gibbs? No one dropped Gibbs, bro. If anybody said Gibbs got dropped, they're joking with you. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm not sure here what you guys would do in that Mixon trade, but I would definitely flip Mixon if I could, I suppose. Kupp and Mixon for Josh Jacobs and Mike Williams. Okay, so here it is again. Kupp and Mixon for Josh Jacobs and Mike Williams. The more I look at this, the more I feel like I could turn Kupp and Mixon into more. But the problem is, bro, what if you can't? What if no one's trading for Mixon? What if no one's trading for Mixon? What do you do then? What do you do then? What's the chat think? What should he do? What side would you rather have? Kupp and Mixon or Jacobs and Mike Williams? I feel like what if you can't flip Mixon? I don't want Mixon. Round 2, 3, 4 territory. No way. I wouldn't draft Mixon in round 4. I wouldn't draft Mixon in round 4. And if he does have third round value, you flip it. But the problem is, like, Jacobs has good value right now. Maybe you can turn Jacobs into Gibbs without going through the hoops of turning Mixon into Gibbs. So I probably just lean no. Cooper Kupp's injured. I don't know why. I don't want to go near him right now. I don't know. Give me Jacobs, says comp. Jacobs side. Everybody's saying Jacobs side. So don't do it. Try and flip Jacobs. I don't want Jacobs on my team. Austin, appreciate you, Austin. Austin with the $5 hauler, 10 team, 2 keeper, half PPR, 3 flex spots. Fields, Saquon, Pacheco, Hill, Allen, London, Dotson, Njoku, Javonte, Swift, Charbonnet, Flowers, Elijah Mitchell, 3 flex spots. So, I mean, it's a good team. Very, very good team. I'm getting rid of Keenan Allen. I'm getting rid of, let's see here. Yeah, just really Keenan Allen's the only player I want to get rid of. Going after Debo, bro. Going after Debo hardcore. I feel like you can almost do it straight up across the board right now. Keenan Allen's got this vaulted up high value I don't understand, and there's no way I'm drafting Keenan Allen over Debo. And even if you have to give up just a little bit more to get it done, it's such a good move. And Walker's going below Keenan Allen. You can go get Walker. You can go get Hall. You can go get all these players that are ranked so much lower. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Travis, appreciate your super chat. Tyler, I'm dragging all your questions on screen. Broskies, hang tight. I got Kilpatrick coming in hot with a $5 hauler. Thank you, Kilpatrick. I got Glass dropping another super chat. I got Sun AA dropping a $5 hauler. I got Tom dropping a 10. Thank you, Tom. I'm trying to get caught up on these, so hang tight with me, guys. I am gonna catch up, and then we'll open the phone lines again once we get through that. We went straight through to the 8 p.m. show, by the way. Like we're live past 8 p.m. We went live on an emergency live stream, and here we are. Here we are. How many? What are we? 2 hours into the show, and the 8 p.m. show just kind of began. That's the way we do it. That's how Mom did it. That's how Dad does it. That's how America does it. It's worked out pretty good so far. What is the earliest I draft Sutton and Judy with Judy out? 0. Nowhere. KB82. I don't want Cortland Sutton on my team. So there's no place I draft him. I don't even know where you would, to be honest. I'm not drafting him. I don't trust him at all. I'd rather take Dotson and Pickens and Kadarius Toney and all the boys. Tony, thank you for the super chat, though, my guy, KB. Appreciate you. Tony, my guy. Diggs for Olave and Godwin. I quietly like Olave as much, but Godwin's not the target I want. Like, can you get something else, bro? Can you get like a Pacheco? Then I like Olave and Pacheco. Godwin, can you flip Godwin? Maybe you can flip Godwin. You know, I'd rather have Diggs. In a vacuum, I'd rather have Diggs with this question. Traded Madison straight up for Stevenson. What?
Got him.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You didn't do that. I know you want to say you did that, Racing Boy. Come on. No one's trading Madison or trading Stevenson straight up for Madison. That's crazy. I believe you. I'm just joking. But also another guy dropped Gibbs for P. Ryan. Come on. This is what I saw in the chat. Somebody dropped Gibbs for P. Ryan. So I'm grabbing Gibbs off waivers. You better full load drop that Shiat, bro. And this is why trading for everyone's fab dollars is always a really, really good idea. You know, in some sort of trade and getting $200 out of $100. And some leagues let you trade for fab dollars, some leagues don't. So that in case something stupid happens like this,
initiate full load drop.
You initiate full load drop and you do it live, young man. You initiate full load drop. Don't save $1. You better not get cheap on me and not drop your full 100 wad on screen.
Initiate full load drop.
Gibbs, give me a break. Grandma League. That's a great Grandma League if I've ever seen one. I'd almost be ashamed, Racing Boy, that I'm even in that league at that point. Gibbs? Gibbs getting cut for P. Ryan? What is this guy thinking? What's this grandma thinking? Ayuk for Swift. I take Swift in a millisecond because I want RBs, and I probably haven't drafted Ayuk to start for me. When I say millisecond, that's a little disrespectful to Ayuk. He could have a good year. He really could have like a 1,209, 1,208 season. He really could. He's a crispy route runner. I love him from ASU. I definitely. I told my boy Raj and all the Niner people that Ayuk would be a good target for them when they didn't even know who Ayuk was. And we played video footage on Raj's live stream and went over it. So I'm a big Ayuk fan. Yeah, so but I like Swift. I like the opportunity of the RB personally. And I'm not drafting Ayuk to be my starter, so it seems like a good move. Ronnie with the $5 traded away T-Law and DJ Moore, I assume, for Fields and Watson. T-Law and DJ Moore for Fields and Watson. Give me Fields and Watson all day long. I'm going to Smitty approve that trade. Gets more value because I drafted Lawrence. Yeah, definitely Smitty approved that trade. Fantastic.
You've just been Smitty approved.
Smitty, this guy trying to make the trade and do it live. Yeah. I think you skipped my super chat, Smitty. Probably not, Ace. I've got about 25 on screen here. It's not that I've skipped it. Competent Ace. I'm just trying to go through it, my guy. So hang tight. Actually, let me search for you. Let me be did I say competent? Compton Ace. Sorry, bro. I'm trying to read it on a small screen over here. What do you think? What do you think about my 14 team? Gibbs. What's MV Pat? What is that? Is that Pat Mahomes? What is that? Gibbs, Swift, Deontay Johnson. I hate Deontay Johnson. Mike Evans, Musgrave, D-Hop, Pacheco, Tony, Dobbs. I like it, bro. I don't know what MV Pat is. Who's MV Pat? I didn't skip your super chat, Steve-O. I'm still going through it, bro. Is that what MV Pat's nickname is? Why are we calling him MV Pat? Can someone explain to me what MV Pat is? But why are we calling him MV Pat? Someone give that to me. Mahomes, Gibbs, Swift, Deontay Johnson, and Mike Evans. Mike Evans and Deontay I don't love. Oh, MVP Pat Mahomes. Okay, I got you. MVP. That's creative. I like that. That's creative. MV Pat. MVP. MV Pat. I haven't heard that. It is lame, but it is creative. Okay, so, your team's good. What would I do? Gibbs, Swift. I don't know. It feels a little light, but it is a 14-team league. I'm not a big fan of Deontay. I'm not a big fan of Mike Evans, so I probably would make some trades. I love Pacheco and Hopkins. Would I trade like a Dobbs on the rise with Deontay to get into like a Debo? Would I trade Swift if he gets hot and try and get into a Walker Hall? Obviously, I would. Pacheco's crafty. You really needed McKinnon. I don't see McKinnon on your roster. That really does set you up to be secure at RB. Deontay Johnson, I'm getting rid of the first chance I get. Try and upgrade into even a Pickens, bro, or a Dotson. I like Dotson more than Deontay. But I really, really like Debo, and I really like Christian Watson in London if you can get into those guys. Thank you, Compton. It's a good team. Creatively lame. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard it, but whatever. All right, super chats. I got a bunch on screen here, guys. I'm trying to get through them Appreciate you all. There's Davis. I got your super chat right here. I'm going to put it right here. Logan, thank you for your super chat, my man. Putting you right here. Adrian, appreciate your super chat right here. And Racing Boy with yet another super chat. I'm going to throw that right here. Appreciate you. Tom, Fields, Lamb, DJ Moore, Watson, Judy, Sutton, Tony, Najee, Warren. It's good that you got the cuff. Kamara, Javonte, Brees Hall, Goddard. Yes, I am just flexing and supporting you at the same time. Tom, it's okay. You can $10 super chat flex all you want.
To the moon.
I get it. A lot of people just want to, they do want to flex. It's your time to shine. And I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And this team's pretty damn good. This team's pretty damn good. I'm not in love with the running back stable because of Najee. I would probably look to explore Najee and oh, you got Hall. I just saw you Brees Hall. You've got deep running backs, bro. Never mind. I would like to get, you know what? How can you get Pollard? Judy and Najee for one running back upgrade. Judy and Najee for Gibbs. Judy and Najee for Pollard. That's what I'm doing here. And Goddard, if Goddard needs to be included somehow to get it done, I'm doing that as well. I'm doing that live. Tom, that's the way to go. And I love Debo. Judy for Debo. Judy and Sutton. Judy and Tony for Debo. Goddard, go commando at tight end. Go find Juwan Johnson and a Okonkwo combination. And I like Goddard. I'm not saying Goddard's not good, but if that can get me Goddard and Najee, get me Pollard. Goddard and Najee could get me Tony to get me Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm all about that. I just want to get into those vehicles, safer running back vehicles. 10-man PPR. Any trade upgrades would you do? Hurts, JJ, Devontae Smith, T. Higgins, Ramondre Stevenson, Connor, Kamara, Ingram, Dalvin Cook, Terry. 10-man league. Man. I feel like the running backs are a little bit to be desired, yeah. I'd probably say, Connor and Dalvin Cook. Connor, and honestly, I'd trade Connor and Stevenson. Even though Kamara's out three games, maybe you're going to be okay using Dalvin Cook or something, and you trade Connor and Stevenson for one player. Connor and Stevenson for Gibbs. Connor and Stevenson for Pollard. T. Higgins and Stevenson for... No. T. Higgins and Connor. Yeah, I could roll with Stevenson and Cook and get rid of Connor. T. Higgins and Connor for a wide receiver upgrade. Go get St. Brown. Go get Garrett Wilson. Go get maybe even Calvin Ridley. I know some people might like Higgins over Ridley, so I don't know. But for me, Connor is not that big of a sacrifice. I would take Calvin Ridley. Smitty, thank you for your super chat. Smitty, can you do a live draft on Yahoo? My home league, unfortunately, drafts. I mean, not now, but we can try and do it potentially. I don't know. We're doing so much underdog stuff right now. Mock drafts are so lame. The ADP is so dumb that it's like, I don't know. We haven't been doing mock drafts this offseason. It's garbage. It's just a garbage, time. The ADPs are jacked up. But, I mean, maybe we'll try and work that out. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Curious to know what your take is. Maybe we look at Yahoo, like a Yahoo draft board. Kilpatrick, send me a DM on Instagram of a board, a draft board, and we'll look at the ADP data and we'll go over the Yahoo ADP data or something. World Glass, appreciate you. Didn't see my question answered, Smitty. Well, you stepped away, World Glass. Window cleaning. I did attack this one earlier. I think I just told you that took JSN in the round before. Yeah, I told you that sucks. You lost him. Don't give up Dotson, but if you had to give up McKinnon or Bigsby or Tony to get it done, I would definitely do it. That was my advice to you, and that advice stands. I don't give up Dotson, but it sucks you got sniped. I don't think it was really a mistake if it was JSN that you grabbed. Do not give up JSN for him. I love JSN, but you do need to try and give up. If you've got to overpay with McKinnon or Bigsby, you got to do that. But I don't know that he'll even do it. Some people just don't like trading a player like that when they get him because they got him for a reason, Let's see here. Guy want to make a trade and do it live. Check my last one, says Steve-O. Okay, so if you both call in, I will walk you through it if that's what you're trying to say. If that's what you're trying to say, Steve-O. Steve-O. Thoughts, Najee and London for Gibbs and JSN. Thoughts on Najee and London for Gibbs and JSN. Give me Gibbs and JSN. It's close, though. I mean, it's very, very close, bro. I just want Gibbs and JSN. I think JSN is going to be as good. I worry too much about Najee. Give me the Gibbs side. That might not be popular. A lot of people might not feel that way. But that's the way I feel. I like Gibbs that much. I'm willing to risk the biscuit on him. Brofist Brad, appreciate you with a $20 holler. Brofist doing it live. Brofist to the moon.
Alert. Super chat alert.
$20 super chat. $20 super chat.
Alert. Super chat alert.
No pressure, Brofist, but when you do a $20 when you do a $20 Brofist, Brad, you get the Brofist on the big screen too. So appreciate your Brofist. 12-man, 2 flex, half PPR. What do you think, Mr. Magic Man? Any moves? Herbert, Gibbs, Sanders, Chase, Olave, Kincaid, Christian Watson. Love the wide receivers and the Watson as your third player. Love Gibbs. Don't like Sanders much at all. I love that you have Jalen Warren. Go to the Najee owner off this news and try and milk him for what you can get. Rashad White, I'm trading. Like Rashad White and Sanders for potential. Like, who do you have at running back that you could throw in? You kind of have to go after an RB. So Sanders and Rashad White to a hungry running back, hungry owner for just like, I mean, bro, you could just go down the list, the RBs. So Sanders' ADP is right at running back it's at 70 overall and running back number 21. So right above him are Kenneth Walker's 3 running back spots above. Breece Hall 4 or 5 running back spots above. ETN's quite a bit up there. Even if we go downward though, and we say to ourselves, let's trade Miles Sanders and Rashad White into a Kamara and something. What could that something be? Can you go get some crafty Jahan Dotson or Pickens or Pacheco move? So I wouldn't necessarily say I'd be scared to go down. I would just want more. So Miles Sanders straight up for Javonte makes a little sense. Miles Sanders straight up for Kamara makes a lot of sense to me. Swift and something makes some sense to me. Pacheco and something. But then if you're trading Miles Sanders, especially if you're trading Miles Sanders and Rashad White for, let's say, a Pacheco, you then get to ask for quite a upgraded wide receiver to add to it, like of the Christian Watson variety. I also, again, Debo would be a great addition, although I don't know if you can start 4 wide receivers. If you can't, then scratch that because you're maxed out with Chase, Olave, and Watson. Herbert, I don't mind there. I don't think you necessarily have to do anything there. But Sanders and Rashad White together and go to that Najee owner and try and hold Jalen over his head. Burrow, Walker, Madison, DeMont. Thank you, Brofist. Chase, Garrett Wilson. Chase, Garrett Wilson's fire, bro. Burrow, Chase, Garrett Wilson, Walker. Love it. I'm trading DeMonte Madison, and I'm trading I love JSN on the bench, bro. I love that you cuffed Walker. I'm trading DeMont and Madison together for one player. And Madison and DeMonte. Monty's at 78 overall, and Madison is at 59 overall. So even if we just go like 2 running back spots above Breece Hall and Walker. Like, how can you not get Breece Hall and Walker using both of those if literally Breece Hall and Walker's ADP is right next to Alexander Madison? So give both of them up for one. All right, sorry, you got Walker, Breece Hall. You already got Walker. Another, but for anybody else watching, like that kind of example. ETN, could you give both of them up for ETN? Give up Madison and Monty for ETN. That would be kind of a nice move. You've got Walker, and let's say you were to keep DeMonte, you could trade Madison and somebody, I suppose. That's tough. That's tough. Hey, Rock Out, I'm going through a ton of super chats, so phone lines aren't open, but they're open for you because you're a Mars man. Did you have something you need to ask real quick? Hello? Hello? Rock Out. I think Rock Out, he might have called us in his sleep. Okay. Let me get these super chats. Vegas over there, I'll drop yours. Omar, appreciate you. What's up, Rock Out? Phone lines are closed right now, but you're a Mars man, so you get to creep in here real quick. Did you have a question real quick?
Yeah, Ridley went off the board, and our next wide receivers are Metcalf, Keenan Allen, Samuel, and Cooper. And then running back is Hall, Walker, Mixon, and Pierce. Which way you think we should go?
What's your team so far?
Justin Fields, Barkley, and Olave. Superflex.
So it's Debo or Walker for me. How far down is Walker? Is there a shot Walker falls to your next pick?
No, second running back up in the rankings.
And how far down is Debo?
3.
I probably lean Debo here, but that's tough. I really like Debo right now for some reason. He's injury prone and all that, but he feels like he could have a good year. I feel like he's thinner. He's dropped the LBs. The offense looks potent. Purdy does look like they're going to deliver a lot of short passes to him and do what they did with Jimmy with Purdy. Like it felt that way. The vibe felt that way. So I do like Debo a lot. It's either Walker or Debo. Pretty easy call. It's just a matter of which one.
Yeah, maybe Walker because we got Watson and DJ Moore like 9 spots down there.
Okay, yeah, I can get behind that. I like both, bro. I love both. All right, hey, call back when the phone line's open. Call back if you need another one real quick. All right, later. Burrow, Walker, Madison. Okay, so I think I took care of you, Tyler. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting rid of Demont and Madison the best I can. I like everything else, though. I don't know if I touch anything else. It's a really, really solid foundation. Should I trade Tua, Ridley for Herbert, Dotson? I would take Herbert, Dotson. I don't trust Tua enough. I love Ridley, but Dotson's going to have a freaking phenomenal year. So give me the Dotson side. Let's see here. Ty Lee, Burrow, Kupp, Garrett Wilson, Andrews, Walker, Pierce, Kirk. Should I try and move Kupp or wait? Kupp with a K. I definitely try and move him, bro, but at this point, you're not going to get anything from him. I mean, you can try. Try. See if somebody gives you a Debo, a Christian Watson, or a London, or a running back like you've got Walker already, a running back like Hall, or a running back like ETN. Just try. I mean, the worst case, they say no. But am I getting rid of him for, like, Cam Akers? No. Am I getting rid of him for, like, a player, I don't know, let's see here. Wide receiver, I'd say. So Cam Akers, no. Like a Mike Williams, no. Or a Mike Evans, probably not. Would I get rid of him for a Drake London? Yeah. For a Watson, Christian Watson? Yeah. Debo, absolutely. Calvin Ridley, you bet your bottom dollar, like those guys. I'm just throwing names out. I know you might have some of these guys, but for people listening too, Hall, Walker, Damian Pierce even for Cooper Kupp potentially. But you got to make them. You got to try and make a move. At least try. Steve-O, thoughts, Najee, London for Gibbs. Again, I answered that one. I appreciate that super chat. Garrett says Smitty on the clock, 4-hour snipe league. Okay. I'll go look. I'm in a follower draft that we started a long time ago on the channel. I can't do any more of these because I have too many of them, but apparently I'm on the clock right now. And my first pick was Bijan. Then I took Josh Allen because it's 6 points per TD pass. And now I'm on the clock, and it looks like Ridley's there, T. Higgins, Metcalf. I don't have a wide receiver yet, so all things being equal and balanced, it would be nice to go wide receiver. I'm probably going to go Ridley here just to keep some balance. So I have Bijan, Josh Allen, Ridley as my 3. Okay, I took it. Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate you reminding me. Compton, appreciate you, Compton, with your MVP, Patty Mahomes. Thank you for your question. J-Max with a $10 holler. J-Max to the moon.
To the moon.
J-Max, appreciate you, my guy. 10-man league draft order. Bijan, Diggs, Hurts, Ridley, Walker, Javonte, Pitts, London, Pickens. Straight up fire. Any ideas? Go to the Najee owner and say, here's a little something for you. A little Jalen Warren action. He's going to be potentially the starter, according to ESPN, which isn't crazy. And I'm going to dangle him right in front of you, and I'm going to try and hold him over your head. And I would do that. Past that, bro, you drafted a bunch of Marsmen and Moonmen, and I don't necessarily see any moves. Sometimes there's no moves. Let's see, any ideas? I offered Pitts and Javonte for Gibbs. Love that idea. I was just going to say something along the lines of, like, if you can turn Javonte into Gibbs or Pollard, I'd do it. If you could turn Javonte into Breece Hall, I'd be tempted. Although I love Javonte so much, sometimes I wonder if I should even be doing that move because I love both of them so much. So a $20 holler again from Brofist Brad.
Alert. Super chat alert.
$20 super chat. $20 super chat.
Brofist Brad doing it again. Got another one for you, my guy. 10-man half PPR, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex, Fields, Saquon, Gibbs, A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams, Drake London, Muth, Christian Watson, Rashad White benches, Roshan, Jalen Warren. Again, there's that Jalen Warren carrot. Just dangle it in front of the Najee owner, if you can. Gibbs, A.J. Brown. I don't love Devontae Adams. You probably know that, but trust your gut on him. If it's me, I'm using Rashad White to upgrade Adams into St. Brown or Garrett Wilson. If it's me, I'm using Rashad White to upgrade potentially Saquon into a player I like just a little bit better potentially. Honestly, I'd trade Barkley straight up for Pollard. I don't think you need to give anything more. I think people would think you took a bath on the trade too, so that's why I think you can do it straight up. But I would rather have Pollard than Saquon, personally. But if I'm you, bro, Christian Watson, I love. I could even, you know what I could even do, Brofist? I could even move Drake London into the Devontae Adams spot, or Christian Watson into the Devontae Adams spot, I guess rather, because he's on your bench, right? Christian Watson into the Devontae Adams spot. Trade Devontae Adams and, let's say, Rashad White for Tony Pollard, or Devontae Adams and Saquon for Bijan and something. But you'd have to get something amazing back. You know what I mean? You can't just like do that straight up or something. And if you like Devontae Adams, bro, trust him. I'd rather turn Adams into Garrett Wilson or St. Brown. And I think you could do it using Rashad White. And if the Najee Harris owner owns Garrett Wilson or St. Brown or better wide receiver than Devontae, you should be able to give him like Rashad White and Jalen Warren to downgrade his wide receiver into Devontae Adams. That's probably where I would take that, my guy. Appreciate you with that super chat. Isaac dropping another super chat. Let me see if I can move these over. These are the super chats that are next. And then I've got the new docket of super chats coming in. One from Isaac for $10. Isaac, appreciate you. I'll give you your moonshot when I come over to you. We got Food Jackin' M dropping his super chat. Thank you. Steve-O with another one. And Bryson. Okay, I'm coming for you guys. Hang tight. I'm coming for you. Appreciate you all. You guys absolutely rock. I think Miss Smitty's cooking something with onions. My eyes are like crying. And it's coming through the vent. My eyes are bleeding. Omar, 12-man, 0.5 PPR, 3 wide receiver, 1 flex. Burrow, Jamar, Olave, Christian Watson, Pickens, ETN. Absolutely love this team. Monty, Dulcich, B-Rob, Swift. Get rid of Monty. Monty and who? Monty and ETN for Pollard. Monty and ETN for Gibbs. And that's, some would say it's an overpay, but I just want my guy. Swift and Monty for Walker or Breece Hall. Swift and Monty for Debo. That's what I'm doing, bro, Omar. I don't know why I love trading for Debo right now. It's just, I feel like he's so undervalued. He's like 4th round material. What do you think, Rachaad White and Sky Moore for T. Higgins? You think yeah, I'd take T. Higgins for that. I love T. Higgins for that value. I don't love T. Higgins in the 2nd round or as a wide receiver 1, but I don't mind that. Or Mike Williams and Sky for Higgins. I'd probably go Mike Williams and Sky for Higgins if I could keep Rachaad. But then I flip Rachaad. I turn Rachaad into something. Rachaad into something for Debo, as I was saying earlier. Definitely. He has JT. I got T. I got, you could always get JT as well, bro. Like would I trade Rachaad White for JT? I probably would. That's something I would do. That's a stash move. That's a valuation that I like. Low cost. It's really low cost. Racing Boy, after today's shenanigans, I'll have CMC, Pollard, Aaron Jones, Stevenson, and Gibbs. And Racing Boy, that's amazing, but you can flip those for wide receivers unless your wide receivers are stacked. Logan, keep preaching. Good work. Smitty, thank you, Logan. Love the avatar, by the way. Davis, just traded Swift Waddle for Garrett Wilson. I could Smitty approve that all day.
You've just been Smitty approved.
Absolutely love it, Davis. Appreciate you. And Adrian says, Dotson, White, Madison, Olave, for Kupp, Akers, and Mixon. Dotson, White, Madison, and Olave. I take Olave side by a lot. Then I flip White and Madison. So I flip White and Madison. Together, you could maybe get a Hall, Walker, Debo, Christian Watson. And then you got Olave, Watson, Dotson for this combination. But that's me. Some people love Mixon, bro. But I love Olave more than Kupp by a mile. And Dotson, Madison, and White are better than Akers and Mixon together, in my opinion. But honestly, there's a lot of concerns there, though, with all sides of the trade. So you just got to flip. I'd flip it. Goat, Smitty, rank Javonte, Swift, Kamara, Pacheco. Give me Javonte, Kamara, Pacheco, Swift in that order. And, that's considering, the 3-game suspension too, which you got to consider. But Gibbs and Dotson or Hopkins for my Chubb. What are your thoughts? Gibbs and Dotson or Hopkins. I'd probably take Gibbs and Hopkins, even though I want to say Dotson, but I think the value of Hopkins is much greater and you could even trade that value. But I do I like Gibbs more than Chubb. So take either one and run. Take either one and run, bro. Smitty, I smashed my trade, got Gibbs and JSN. Absolutely good job, Steve. Some might disagree, and if anybody laughs at you in your league, who cares? You got the better end of the deal. Food Jackin' M. In my 10-man full PPR, take BR. Who take BR? Bijan Robinson or Sun God at 9? It's Bijan. Bijan's the number 1 overall running back in fantasy football and arguably my number 1 overall pick. Kyle Shanahan, thank you for the super chat. Kyle Shanahan recently stated that he intends to keep CMC off the field and for the most time in his career to reduce his chances of injuries. Think CMC efficient enough to make up for it? Who benefits? Unfortunately, Mitchell's going to get hurt at some point because he always does. So there's no real way to, I think, benefit greatly from this unless you have Mason and Mitchell. Now, if you have Mason and Mitchell, maybe that's a crafty running back bench play, without owning CMC. If you own CMC, you must cuff the situation. But I fully believe, and thank you for your
to the moon
$10 holler. $10 hollers get a moonshot. I think CMC is going to be one of the bigger disappointments this year. I said it about Cooper Kupp. I'm going to probably do another video on CMC, even though I've already done it. I've already said CMC is an avoid it, number 2, 3 overall. That's why Bijan's been my running back 1. But I have a feeling I'm not taking CMC in the top 5. I just feel like injuries very likely. Workload concerns are now in play. This is just a potential disaster in the making. Denny, my boy, super chatting here. What is Miss Smitty cooking back there? I always wonder what she's doing. Meatloaf? Are we cooking meatloaf? You know, one of these days, Miss Smitty's going to sit in the chair, and we'll have her sit in the chair, and we'll do. We got a chair right here. I don't have the camera angled at it now, but we'll do one of these days. We're gonna have Miss Smitty come in here and do a Q&A, just a Q&A sesh. I know that would make the day of a lot of you like Denny, who just Denny thought he was going up to every waitress when Miss Smitty and I were in Vegas and Denny met up with us. He was going up to the waitresses going, "Are you Miss Smitty? Are you Miss Smitty?" He was just going up there like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Denny, stop." 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 0.5 PPR, 10-man draft tonight. Would you take Kelsey, Bijan at 7? I'd take either one. They're both great strategies. I have a video on Hero RB where you would take Bijan, then punt running back if best player available is conducive to it. The entire second, third, maybe even 4th round. Maybe you get back in the 4th round. Maybe you don't. Maybe you wait till round 5. But if you can get Walker as late as possible with Bijan and then consume like a Garrett Wilson and Ridley, you're going to the moon, or St. Brown and Ridley, or Ridley and even like Fields or something like that. You're going to the moon. Hurts and Olave and Bijan and then Walker, you're going to the moon. There's a lot of ways to navigate it, but Kelsey's also a home run. And the reason Kelsey's such a good pick this year is, unlike other years, you look at a Kelsey drafted team and you don't think it's thin anywhere because the running backs and wide receivers are deeper than they've ever been. And so you look down a roster and you say, good team. Oh, you got Kelsey too? Versus in previous years, you'd say, oh, your team's a little, oh, you got Kelsey. That's why it looks a little light everywhere. You went Kelsey, you chased the running back and wide receiver positions all draft. You're chasing them constantly all draft long. Not this year. So it's a great move. It can win a league. They're both amazing strategies. One's not really better than the other. I guess I'd ask you, what's your best style of drafting? And then I would go from there. Racing Boy with a $5 hauler. Wide receivers are Sun God, Olave, Keenan Allen, and Cooper. I can't stand Keenan Allen and Cooper, so I trade those guys. What combo do I use for a wide receiver upgrade? You don't need to upgrade Sun God. You don't need to upgrade Olave. But Keenan Allen and Cooper, I would literally trade both of them for a Ridley. I would literally trade both of them for a wide receiver. Let's pull up Underdog ADP and check it out. I would literally trade both those guys for A.J. Brown, C.D. Lamb, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave. Obviously, I know you have him. Ridley. And then it starts getting dicey because that's where their ADP. That's where Cooper's ADP is. So you got to be careful not to overpay. But I'd rather trade Keenan Allen for Debo straight up than trade Amari Cooper for Pacheco. And Amari Cooper's got way higher value than Pacheco. But like, what I'm saying? Like Debo and Pacheco for Keenan Allen and Cooper, like that would smash. So, I don't know. I don't know why everybody's so high on Keenan Allen. And he's an injury-prone mess waiting to happen. And everybody wants him to be healthy and have a great season. Smitty, we got him. Appreciate you, Hunter. What did you pull off, bro? And then a $20 hauler from Michael. Michael doing God's work here. Appreciate you, Michael, dropping the 20 spot.
Alert. Super chat alert.
$20 super chat. $20 super
14 team, full PPR, 1 QB, 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, 1 tight end, 2 flex, Fields, Love, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, B. Hall, Pacheco, Musgrave. This does not look like a 14-team league. This is insane. Fields, Love, Amon-Ra, Garrett Wilson, Brees Hall, Pacheco, Musgrave, Dotson. That's really, really good JSN. I love JSN, man. Love JSN. Any moves to make? Maybe I try, and good God, bro. I would love for you to have McKinnon just to be safe. I don't think so, man. Your team is solid. I mean, to move anybody, you'd be moving a guy I really believe in. I would just get McKinnon. I don't know what else you could combo together here. You've got no Kenneth Walker. You could, I suppose you could trade Breece Hall for Kenneth Walker if you want to secure up that running stable a little bit and then go get McKinnon. Then I'd feel pretty good about Pacheco, McKinnon, Walker, Charbonnet. Then you got Love and Garrett Wilson with Fields. That's really, really solid. That's probably what I would look to do if I was you. Past that, I don't know that I would really. Oh God, I just got auto picked on an underdog draft. That sucks. 11 minutes remaining in this draft. I gotta pick real quick. Guys, we're drafting on Underdog Fantasy. Promo code Smitty. Make sure you get ready, buckle up. We'll be drafting tonight live. We went live a little early today on the breaking news, and then we just went straight into the show. We didn't leave the show at all. So we're gonna be drafting live on Underdog. The link is in the live chat. Promo code Smitty. They'll match up to $100 in your first deposit. Yeah, bro, I like your team. I would look to do those moves. I'm sorry I don't have any more to offer you. It's just I don't know that I want you to trade those guys. They're a bunch of Mars men and Moon men and breakouts, and I think you need to let it ride. Let's see here. Did Chase and James Cook for Bijan and Olave? Oh, that's the one. You got him, bro.
Got him.
That's a smash. Phone lines are open.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
All right, dial into the show. Phone number I'll put on screen. Super chats are caught up. I mean, they're still going to come in, but I've definitely caught up so that I think I can manage everything at least a little bit better with the phone calls. So dial into the show. I would specifically love to talk some Cooper Kupp when you call in, or something relating to the news today, the Najee Harris and Jalen Warren. So if you guys have conversation pieces around that, that would be awesome. True Penguin says trade Tony and Amon-Ra to get Olave and Watson. That's a home run, bro. Absolute straight home run. And then Racing Boy says, I'm thinking Keenan Allen and Cooper for Pickens and Debo. I would smash the hell out of that trade. What's up, Doc? You're live.
What's going on, Smitty? How are you?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. Just doing the usual. 2 hours and 30 minutes in. We started a lot earlier today because of that Cooper Kupp breaking news. We went straight into the 8 p.m. show. Didn't restart or anything. 400 people in the live now. We had well over 500 for about an hour and a half. We're just growing this bad boy. We're at 21K. I just hit my knee. Doc, I hit my knee. I need help. We're at 20.
As long as you didn't tear your ACL and you can cut, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I think I'm okay. Just hit the kneecap really hard. Yeah, we're at 21K. We're gonna hit 22K probably within a week. I think the way we're growing. So appreciate everybody. Doc, what can I do for you?
Well, congratulations on your success, and I pray you continue to have it, Smitty.
Thank you, Doc.
I've enjoyed following so far, and I'm glad I can contribute to that.
Yeah.
After I found out about the Cooper Kupp news, I am now putting him on my official do not draft list. At first, I did have some hopes that he would be someone I would look at possibly drafting, but after this, I can't say with the season a week away, I just don't think it's worth the risk at his current ADP to have him on a team. I think when healthy, Cooper Kupp is he is a top 3 wide receiver. He could even be the overall wide receiver 1 when healthy and if Stafford's healthy. But right now, I don't see it happening.
Yeah. I think that like a lot of people want to use that excuse of, well, if he was healthy, if Stafford's healthy, to what you just said, and I think you're approaching it the right way right now. The same thing can be said about Keenan Allen. When I talk about Keenan Allen, it's like, if he's healthy, he's going to do great. Like, those are all fine and dandy, hopes and dreams. But I mean, I don't think Keenan Allen's going to stay healthy. The older you get, the more likely, you're going to suffer injury. And when you have an injury history like Keenan Allen, when you have an injury history like Cooper Kupp, and you're over 30 years old and you're Cooper Kupp, then you're set up. Your body's just not going to be able to maintain like it could if you were 26 years old with an injury history. So that's the difference between Breece Hall and not seeing that the same way. Cooper Kupp is over 30 years old. He can look like the most efficient, adjusted, best route running player in the league for 5 straight games, but his body's over 30 years old with an injury history. That hamstring, something out of his control, groin injury, ruptured Achilles, all those things. I'm not even necessarily talking about like the freak injuries, like the torn ACLs or something like that. I'm talking about the soft tissue or significant lingering all season long type of injury. The other thing you got to say to yourself is, like I said earlier, when you injure something, and I don't know how it is in the animal world, Doc, because this is Doc the vet. When you re-injure something, you don't go back sometimes to square one. You go further back. You're at least going back to square one. It's not like he suffered a setback with his hamstring injury, and instead of being out 2 or 3 weeks this time, he'll be out 1 week. It's like he's out the same time, if not probably more, because you set yourself all the way back to the initial injury, and then imagine if you were to run or injure yourself while you were injured at the first stage of injury. That's kind of what it's like. He's tearing his progress down all the way to square one. So like, unless there's some sort of miscommunication on the injury, like let's say he had a setback and it was just like a slight tingle, didn't really tear anything, but they just want to be careful. That would be like a whole nother like conversation where we circle back in and we go, okay, I'm still worried as hell and I'm avoiding him, but maybe he's available in week 2 or 3, based on this new report. But that's a big assumption to make. The fact that McVay's quote was this right here: we're obviously a much better team when he's out there, and that he had a setback and they're not sure when he's going to return. That to me tells me that his hamstring pulled again, and he literally had to stop whatever he's doing, most likely, and they're literally evaluating it. This could even be one of those things where they do an MRI, they have some testing done, and then all of a sudden the news gets worse. Like this has the feeling of something that is at least the same or worse than before. And before, we didn't know if he'd be ready for week 1, and he kind of surprisingly was on the field sprinting. And then this is what happens, man, when you're 30 years old. It's unfortunate. 30 years old is a young man in regular terms, but on the field, on the football field, it's a whole different ballgame. It's like your 30 to 33-year-old seasons as a receiver are your final ones, where you start totally declining. Especially when you're used a ton. If you're an older player, McKinnon's the perfect example of an anomaly because he's a running back and he's 31 years old, I believe, and he's still exciting. But if he was supposed to be a running back between the tackles, he would be injured immediately.
Yeah, I agree with that. Another thing I would add, you are spot on when it comes to animals. One of the things when we deal with dogs that tear their ACL, we gradually work them back into walking. They have to build strength around that knee joint. And one of the things we tell people all the time is there's a huge difference between rehabilitation work and physical work. And when I say physical work, rehabilitation exercises are not the same as the exercises you do when you're trying to build muscle.
Yeah.
And I don't know where Kupp is with his workout program. I don't know if he's doing rehabilitative work.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, here's what I said when Kupp was running sprints on the sideline, and I even said he looked really good. I was like, he looked really fast. But the problem was he was not ready. He was not ready to be playing in that scrimmage where he got injured. He was running a route. He looked heavy. I'm not necessarily like wide load guy or anything, but he looked like he was bogged down a little bit. He didn't look super quick. He was coming off the tightrope surgery with his ankle, which it had taken him forever to get on par and on course. And I even did a video like months ago where Cooper Kupp said, hopefully they'll unleash me and let me get back to getting up to speed or whatever. And this was like, this had been so many months removed. Like, we're talking about the entire offseason, he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. And he wasn't ready up until about a month ago when he was saying, or he wasn't ready to even try to get to full go until about a month or so ago. And that's when I did the video. I said, avoid Cooper Kupp. Not this one the other day. We're talking like a month ago. I did a video, avoid Cooper Kupp, because he wasn't ready. And for him to be struggling to get ready this far removed from his tightrope surgery and his ankle hampering him all offseason, it just smelled like it was going to be a disaster. And what happens with players that have injuries and they come back and they're not ready and they go out onto the field and run full go in a scrimmage, and your body, you can't go 90%. Your body doesn't do that. You get out there, you fire off, you're trying to cut left and right. It's different than running routes in practice, or like you're saying, the rehab and drills doing this are different than doing this. And so you almost all the time have some sort of compensation injury. Even a young man tears his ACL, unless they're fully ready to go week one, like Javonte and Breece Hall apparently will be. Whereas J.K. Dobbins and Barkley were not ready. There's always compensation injuries that come into play when you go out and try and go full go, but your body's not ready, because you're going to compensate. Instead of cutting perfectly, you're going to pull up and you're going to pull your hamstring. You're going to put less pressure on your knee. You're going to try and put more of it on your hamstring or your quad, and you're going to tear your quad or tear your hamstring or tear your calf or tear your Achilles, because you're planting differently over and over and over because you're scared and you can't explode. Cooper Kupp's out there in a scrimmage and his body's not ready. That hamstring injury was waiting to happen, just waiting to happen. And the fact that he's going to be, and he's 30, he's going to be going back onto the field probably as quick as he can to salvage the season, he's going to be putting himself in another vulnerable spot, and it's going to be another disaster waiting to happen. Cooper Kupp, this could get a lot worse before it gets better. Is that a lock? No. Could he somehow have an amazing season from like week 4 on? Sure. But are the odds extremely against it at the age of 30 years old with everything that's in front of you? The fact that he wasn't ready all offseason long, his body's clearly not responding well to recovery at 30 years old, guys. It's not. He would have been ready well before a month ago or a half a month ago if his body was recovering fast from these things at 30 years old. His body's getting older.
Yeah. Yeah, and football's not a game where you get healthier every year.
Yeah.
Every year you play football, your body is less than what it was the year before that. So
yeah, and knee injuries.
And if you're getting injured, especially lower half injuries over and over, it just takes away from that.
Yeah, and especially when you're like knee injuries too. And I'm not saying this is a knee injury, but in the case of knee injuries, like AJ Brown, for example, who I love AJ Brown, but his knees will not get better. His knees will only, if he's lucky, stay the same for a while and then get worse, or they will only get worse. They won't get better. Like, you start cutting away at meniscus, you have no shot at having the same health knee-wise as you did when your knees were healthy. Zero shot. Because it's like I always say, brake pads on a car. If you went into a vehicle and sliced off corners of the brake pad, little kind of corners, and made the car tilt just slightly to one side, and then you drive it for 20,000 miles, what in the hell do you think is going to happen to the alignment and the shocks and everything? Everything, the tires, the everything is going to be slightly worse than it was if the brake pads were completely even. And that's the way meniscus is. It's just you get off kilter and you start really damaging the knee. I'd say a clean ACL tear with no damage whatsoever to the meniscus, the LCL, the MCL is far better long-term than suffering significant meniscus tear that they got to cut away, and you can get back a lot quicker, but that's more damaging to the knee long-term than a clean ACL tear.
Yeah, I've heard that, and it makes sense, actually.
Yeah, because your knee is like perfect. It's pristine. If you can get if you tear and soccer players tear their ACL that way more than football players. The problem with football players is you almost 90, if I'm guessing on this number, 90% when you tear your ACL, it's because your knee's going this way or it's going this way. It's either it can hyperextend too, but typically an ACL tear is the knee's going right or left. And when it does that, you can see it on this model here, pinching this meniscus here. It's pinching it and it tears it, or it's pinching it and it tears it. Only soccer players are really in a position on the regular where they're sliding on the ground, and you almost think of the ground as like a cast. Like if you put a soccer player's leg on the ground and he's sliding and he gets landed on, his knee is like controlled and it's almost like on a board, you know, and someone's just hitting the ACL and it snaps it, but the rest of the knee is completely intact. It didn't bend or twist in a crazy way. Soccer players they can have a little bit cleaner ACL tears, but football, you usually tear meniscus on the side where it pinches and goes in. So if you get hit on the inside of the knee, you're tearing your meniscus on the inside. If you get hit on the outside of the knee, you're tearing your meniscus on the outside. Whichever way the knee's bending, you're pinching that off. And then when you do that, you think of it like, I always explain it like this. If you got like that, if everybody's ever had that nasty habit of like, you know, their skin's got like some kind of like, right near the back of the nail, you got some kind of piece of skin and you rip it off. You know, it's a nasty habit people have. But everybody's probably done it at some point. You kind of just like, I gotta get this piece of catching right here. And you rip it off too far. And you're like, that burns. and that's really what is when you cut meniscus. That's what you're doing to your meniscus. You're cutting off this torn part so that it doesn't continue to tear. You're trying to do damage control, but you're really putting it in a vulnerable spot. You know, you're taking away from it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hey, Doc, hang tight real quick, Doc. Let me get these super chats out, and then I'm going to circle back to you. I got Bobby and the Bruce on the line. Kupp is out. Will defenses stack the box against Akers? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to be the case. Hey, this won't help Akers. It definitely can't help Akers. They won't be moving the football. He'll not be in the red zone very often. He'll have lower yards per carry, maybe more volume, but more likely injury concern there for Akers, who I think is one of the most injury-prone players in the National Football League. So I would stay away from Akers personally. If I can't seem to get Gibbs, what running back should I go for with Chubb? Pollard would be an awesome player to go attack. Walker and something, Hall and something, ETN and something, because those are later running backs. So you should be getting like a Christian Watson or a Debo or somebody in lockstep with that. $5 hauler from Bryson. If I can't seem to get, that was the one I just read. Hunter, appreciate you. Love. Just did the Chase and James Cook for Bijan Olave. Again, you smashed that. Absolute monster trade. Best Life Martial Arts, $5 hauler. 10 team, 3 keepers. Walker, 12th round. Kelsey, round 1. Amon-Ra, round 4. AJ Brown, Hall, Monty, Godwin.
Down.
What? Is that Bobby? Who's yelling, get down? I love when no one wants to admit who it was. I'm not mad. I just want to know who it was. What's happening?
It was me, Smitty. My dog's being an asshole.
Is this Bobby? Or Logan? Come on, you can admit who you are. It's not a big deal. Who is it? Bobby or Logan?
It was me, Logan.
Okay, Logan. I don't know who me is. Logan, okay. Doc, is his dog being an asshole, or is he not maybe trained his dog properly? Let's go to the doc and see.
He's being an asshole.
Okay, Logan, all right, hang tight, Logan. Mute yourself, Logan, if you can't control your anger toward your dog, okay? Just hang tight. I'd say this team right here, A.J. Brown, Hall, Monty, Godwin, Burrow, fantastic squad. I mean, come on. 3 keepers, Walker, Kelsey, Amon-Ra, A.J. Brown, Hall. I don't love Monty. I don't love Godwin. I'm maybe trading those guys. You know, you could maybe couple them together and get an ETN pretty easily, honestly. Couple them together, get that Debo or Ridley package. That would be where I'd take that team. It's a fantastic squad. Nice job. Love the team, bro. This super chat is the final super chat to be caught up, at least, and then I'm hitting the phone lines. Puka to the moon. Absolutely. I've drafted him in so many leagues. It's a good point. We haven't even talked about him yet. Puka's been very, very impressive. So definitely need to consider grabbing him. on that Rams roster. He could definitely take advantage of that. He could be the number one wide receiver there. He's been impressing constantly. Okay, let's go over to the Bruce. The Bruce, you're live.
Smitty.
Yeah.
I have Kupp, like I said yesterday, but I have 2 offers. The one got reneged, but the guy wanted to give me Gibbs or ETN for Kupp straight up, and now he's kind of iffy on giving me Gibbs, but he'll still give me ETN straight up.
First of all, why haven't you done this already? You know what I mean? Like, take a lap, seriously, for not taking Gibbs and running. Just running. You missed out big time. You missed out on a championship right there, Bruce. But ETN's still amazing. Go get it and do it now.
All right. I was been trying to get a Gibbs back. I was like, yo, I'll give you Kupp in like a second. And then that's when he started to ponder when I threw in the second.
You're trying to give him too much? Or go get ETN, bro. Go do it. Go do it as
Okay.
fast as you can. Like, Gibbs was a home run, bro. Home run. But you know, you could always, you know, not to get him to back down, bro, because I have a feeling if you said, okay, I'll do it, he's going to go, no, I don't know if I want to do it now. You might want to say, I don't know that I can do the ETN one. What about Gibbs? And he's like, I can't do it. And then go, so do you only give me ETN? Is that it? Are you giving me anything else? And he's like, no. And go, fine. And just like make him look like you're disappointed into doing it. Otherwise, you go back to him, he's just going to be like, what's wrong with Kupp? I probably should think this over. You can't be over eager, you know, an over eager beaver. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, Johnny, mute yourself. If anybody's on the phone line and not talking right now, please mute yourself. We don't need people screaming at their dogs. Reebok says dogs just want attention. Dakota, I added you. Please mute yourself until I get to you, Dakota. Thank you. Dogs just want attention. Smitty's getting too much attention. I think that might be the case. Let's actually go over to the man himself. It was Logan, right? Logan, it was your dog? Logan. Here, boy.
Hey, how's it going?
Logan, how's that dog?
He's doing great. He's a great dog.
Be easy on him, bro.
He's just always like jumping all over the place.
Be easy on him. He's just a little upset that you're giving all of your attention over to the show. You know, it's kind of like a lot of the wives right now. Where's Doc? Where's Bobby? Why is the Bruce on the phone with Smitty?
Hey, he doesn't understand his fantasy football season. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, what can I do for you, bro?
Anyways, I was calling because I'm looking at the Kupp owner right now because, you know, Kupp's hurt and he's super short at wide receiver. He's got Pickens, he's got Gabe Davis, Sutton, and Zay Jones as his backups. So I was trying to find a way to make a move. I only have 4 wide receivers of myself, and I've got Garrett Wilson, Metcalf, Watson, and Zay Flowers. So I was thinking of, and I also have Charbonnet, by the way, just to throw that in there. He has Walker. So I was trying to think of a way to finagle getting Walker onto my squad and giving him a wide receiver.
So he has Walker?
He has Walker, yeah, and I have Charbonnet.
Okay. So you're trying to give him...
He also has Chubb, too.
But you're trying to get Cooper Kupp from him as well? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't want anything to do with Kupp.
Okay, I was confused on why you said Kupp then. Okay. I don't know, bro. I mean, throw a couple ideas my way, and then I'll try and shoot them down. But I don't have enough details to really like map up something for you. You know what I mean? So like, why don't you think about a couple of offers, then I'll come back to you. So get them prepared, Logan.
Okay,
sounds
good.
Yeah, so hang tight. I'll circle back around. Just mute and then come up with 2 offers, and then we'll tweak them. Let me go over to Bobby. Bobby, you're live.
What's up, Smitty? How's it going?
It's good. Eric Moser here says trying to trade Kupp for Amon-Ra and Javonte. This is where you're getting greedy, Eric. You're getting extremely greedy, and he's going to end up asking somebody their advice because you're asking for too much, and the person's going to slap them across the face and say, what in the hell are you giving Amon-Ra St. Brown up alone for Cooper Kupp? Eric, you should just do the deal straight up and count your lucky stars, bro. Thank him. count them, thank them, whatever they say that phrase is. Thank your lucky stars. Go do it now, Eric. What are you doing? You're asking for Javonte and Amon-Ra for a guy that might not even play for who knows how long? You're getting greedy. You're getting greedy, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bobby.
You're all good. I just want to talk a little bit about Puka Nacua. I've been drafting him a lot too, and a lot of underdogs, and I've been kind of looking him up, watched some video on him, and he's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Just kind of wanted to hear some extensive thoughts from you on it. I haven't really heard you talk about him too much. I haven't really heard too many people talk about him at all.
Yeah, we just talked about it a minute ago, but yeah, we like Puka. Puka's very good. He's been impressive. He's clearly the benefactor of all this. Denny coming in with some knowledge here says Denny says all dogs go to heaven. Doc, hey Doc, is that true? Do all dogs go to heaven?
I'm sorry, Smith. I had myself on mute. I like to think they do.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to check with you, Doc. Thank you. I believe you. Okay. Puka is good, bro. I mean, I don't know what he'll do. The one thing we got to be concerned about is like, how good can he be? What kind of quality targets will Puka have? So yeah, he'll probably do well, but will he be like a league winner? I don't know that this offense will be any good without Cooper Kupp. So there'll be that concern. But he's certainly a wide receiver. If you need a wide receiver, you can grab. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely think that with Cooper Kupp out of the lineup, it's definitely harder for him to get those quality targets since he's going to be in more of a coverage. But I mean, Van Jefferson, I don't really like him too much, anyways.
Yeah,
I think Puka Nacua could definitely take over that role for sure and get more targets out of that group.
Yeah, I like him. All right, hang tight, Bobby. I'll circle back. Let's go over to Brett Favre. Brett Favre, you're up.
Yo, man. All right, deep dynasty dive. What do you think of the Cowboys fullback, Hunter Lupke? I want him to work out. He had a good preseason. I'm talking deep. You got any thoughts on him?
No, not much, bro.
All right. Yeah, just want to feel you out what you thought.
I honestly haven't seen anything.
Yeah, he's like a fullback, and he had,
How do you spell his last name?
Good question. Lupke, Luepke, maybe. Good hands for good pass catching guy. It seems like again, I'm talking deep dive there, but
yeah, let me pull him up here. See if there's any news on him whatsoever. I don't really see anything. 82 yards. I'm looking at some of his college stuff. 82 yards on 14 carries, 3 touchdowns. Win over Montana State. The Bison. Let's see here. Yeah, I'd be lying to you if I said I had much knowledge on him right now. But we'll keep an eye on it. This will be an interesting player to look into. Yeah. So I'll look into it. It's a good name to throw out, but I don't have much on him.
Yeah, I'd like to see it work. That's why I'm rooting for him. So we'll see. All right.
Yeah, I mean, like Travis said, if he's actually listed as a fullback, what can we really expect? You know what I mean? How is that going to work? Maybe if injury struck, they would elevate him or something. I guess I don't know. I haven't even seen him. So we'll look into him. Wild Bill says Lupke is the real deal. We'll look into him. I mean, this could be one of those sleepers we find through the conversations we all have. I mean, sometimes you guys are looking at stuff deeper, and if you're a Cowboys fan specifically, you might be looking at a lot more of the camp stuff. As I'm trying to focus on 32 teams, some of these things are evolving very slowly. So we'll keep an eye on it. It's a good one. All right, hang tight. Let me get around the chat here. Let's go to Jay. Jay, you're up. You're live.
Cool.
How's it going, Smitty?
Real quickly, Overcome says St. Brown, Walker, Chase, Madison. Give me St. Brown and Walker, but very, very close because how good Chase is. But I'm gonna go I'm gonna go that side. What can I do for you, Jay?
Hey, so I wanted to talk a little bit about Dalvin. So I drafted Brees, and I'll just tell you my RB real quick. So I have Brees, Gibbs, Gervonta, Swift, Dalvin, and Charbonnet. I think I like Charbonnet just because if Walker goes down, he turns into RB1 or 2. But I wanted to ask you what I should do with Dalvin. Do you think it's worth rostering him, or is it worth packaging him with someone and trading up for a better player? What do you think?
I lean toward trading him, but I don't. If you can't get what you want, then I obviously wouldn't. I wouldn't just send him packing just to send him packing. Like, he does have good, decent value, but like would I trade Cook, and especially to the Brees Hall owner, to upgrade, let's say, a Keenan Allen to a Debo? Absolutely. To upgrade a Keenan Allen to a Ridley? Absolutely. To upgrade a Mixon into an ETN or Walker or something? Like, absolutely. And you said you had Kenneth Walker?
I don't have Kenneth. I have Charbonnet, but I have Hall.
Okay. I mean, that's an interesting move there. I don't know. That's tough.
Do you think Dalvin has more value being on my team since I have Hall, or do you think he would be valuable on a different team as well?
Well, no. I mean, he's certainly valuable to you. That's why I wouldn't trade him. But he's not somebody I feel like is a must cuff. Like, if you could get some huge upgrade using him, then I would do it. But why not just keep them together anyway? So it just depends. I mean, you have to hit me with a like a potential offer. There's too many moving parts for me to know.
For example, like, would it make sense to trade like Dalvin for a Christian Kirk or an Ayuk?
Dalvin for a Christian Kirk or Ayuk? Probably not in your situation. Not unless you're trading for a starter. Not unless you're getting like a Dotson or Pickens that's going into your lineup. But for an Ayuk or somebody that's like your wide receiver 4, why would you want to get rid of your cuff?
Yeah. I needed to hear it from the Godfather,
Yeah, I mean, that just doesn't make sense. That's like trading Charbonnet, for a Ayuk or something, which I wouldn't do that either.
Okay. That makes sense. I appreciate you, Smitty.
All right, man. Appreciate you. If you want to hang tight, you can. Just mute yourself. Dakota, hang tight, Dakota. Let me get these super chats out of the way real quick. Overcome says Fields and Lamb or Dak and Chase. Give me Fields and Lamb. That one's also pretty easy, just because there's such a significant difference between. There's a difference between Chase and Lamb and Chase and St. Brown and Chase and Garrett Wilson, but it's not near as significant as the difference between Dak and Fields, in my opinion. Reebok Joe says, Rob, I'd drop Mooney for Flowers. I agree with Reebok. Flowers is an absolute gem, and he's a midseason monster for a reason. At some point during the season, these guys, whether it's week 2 or midseason, they're midseason monsters, but honestly, the part of the reason I love this list is anybody that we can't squeeze onto the Moon Men list for reasons of like workload. Like, is Herbert going to be an absolute workhorse monster from out of the gate, or will it take him 2 or 3 weeks to establish he's so good he needs to have the football all the time? Will it be Roshan? These guys are going to be firing off on all cylinders, becoming Moon Men by midseason. So that's why the midseason monster list exists. But I love JSN by midseason. He's going to be an absolute beast. Let's see here. Overcome, appreciate you. Big Rod dropping a big wad. Flowers hit the waivers. Drop Dobbs for him, right? I don't know. I'd almost try and look for a different player to drop, because Dobbs is a good value in his own. Like, him and Flowers are kind of similar. And would you flex one week 1 Mooney, Sharbs, McKinnon, or Dobbs, Flowers? Thanks. So I'm dropping Mooney, like Reebok said. Reebok's 100% right. I'm dropping Mooney. I'm not dropping any of those other guys like Dobbs. And for week 1, I suppose Dobbs is probably safest, and Flowers is higher risk, higher reward. I would say. That's probably how I break that down. But you 100% need to make sure you don't drop Dobbs. He's got trade value too, bro. He's got really decent trade value. I think a lot of people think Dobbs is not. I guess I wouldn't say like 50% of people, but there's a big circle out of people that like Dobbs more than Watson. I don't think they should, but they do. So I feel like you could trade Dobbs in some sort of combo deal, Dobbs and a player, to get one slightly better player overall. Fields, Barkley, Gibbs, St. Brown, Waddle, Pitts, London. This is a good team here. I love the RBs. Love Fields, St. Brown, Waddle, Pitts, London. Very, very good, bro. Only thing that concerns me is Pitts and London, because they're sharing the target, whereas Bijan and London doesn't concern me. But I'd maybe trade Pitts, go a little lighter tight end shopping, and maybe you can upgrade Pitts and Barkley into a slightly better RB, or you can upgrade Waddle using Pitts into a slightly better wide receiver. That's probably where I'd take that. Mayo with the super chat says, I think I'm back, Smitty, at Shady Springs, Smitty. Should I try? Oh, he's back at Shady Acres trying to make trades with grandmas. He's in a grandma league, and we said he's at Shady Acres trying to create leagues with grandmas that are coming off the bingo, rush with a little bit of extra cash. Farb, appreciate you. Farb just bailed. Appreciate you, Farb. Should I try trading Henry and Kincaid for Bijan and Knox? Yeah. I guess I would. I would for sure. I'd try and keep Kincaid, but the grandmas might be interested in little Kincaid action. So Smitty, could I? Hey, Smitty, I think is what you mean, Ryan. Can I call in, please? Sure, Ryan. I will answer if you dial right now. Mike, Smitty, let me know what do you think about my starting lineup in Dynasty? Watson, I don't like Deshaun Watson. Gibbs, Pacheco, JJ, DJ Moore, Christian Watson, Montgomery. I like it a lot. I hope you have McKinnon. I would trade Monty and Watson for a slight quarterback upgrade like a T. Law. Obviously Fields, but that's where I'd take that. Love the rest of the team, to be honest, except for I just don't like Watson, and you have to have McKinnon. You got to get McKinnon, bro. You have to. Jay with a $2 hauler. There's no show like this show. Smitty, the GOAT. Appreciate you, Jay, who I believe is still on the line. Jay, thank you so much. And if Jay dropped off, thank you, Jay. This one right here is from Overcome. Chase and Andrews over JJ Pitts by a mile. Chase and Andrews over JJ and Pitts. Yes, by a country mile. Overcome. By a country mile. I agree 100% with that. I think we're caught up on super chats right now, which means we can get back to the phone lines. Oh, we got Mike and Logan. I'll put these right here, and I'll come back to these two super chats. I'll put you guys right there. Hang tight. Let's go to Stefan from Missouri. Stefan, you're a very long-winded individual. Don't take that the wrong way, but we have to keep it moving, so I probably can't hear the entire thing mapped out. So if you got more concise questions, hit me with it. I hope you don't take offense to that. Hilarious. You are a kind of guy that I could have a cup of coffee with, even though I don't drink coffee, and have a nice little conversation with. No doubt about it, Stefan. I don't want you to take that the wrong way. But we do have to keep it moving. So hit me with it. What do you got?
Yeah, no, I was going to say that's hilarious because that's what they say at my job, which is kind of part of what I do.
Yeah.
But I had a trade question. So I have Kupp. I got him in the second round after Bijan. And there's a guy in my league that I was trying to trade with, so I wanted to see what you thought about
Steven, let me just walk you back here. Everything you told me, you could have cut out. Like that. That's what I'm talking about. Like the backstory. You're so funny, bro. Even if we tell you, we don't need the backstory. You still come in and you go, yeah, no problem. Okay, let me tell you the backstory. There's a guy in my league. He got in the elevator, and he hit the third floor instead of the fourth floor. So when he got off, he's like, hey, I drafted Cooper Kupp. Anyway, hit me with the nuts and bolts of the trade. I love Stefan, man.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Amon-Ra, Rashad White, Charbonnet,
okay,
Tucker. For my Kupp, Flowers, Bills D, and McKinnon.
Kupp, Flowers, Bills D, McKinnon. Kupp, So here's the trade. Amon-Ra, Rashad White, Charbonnet, Tucker for Kupp. And I like Flowers, bro. And this is Dynasty or Redraft?
Redraft.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me put this this call.
After PPR.
Yeah, 501 caller. I'm going to put you on hold. But what's your name and where are you calling from?
And from Arkansas.
All right, Brian, hang tight. Okay. I'm sorry. You said it was Dynasty.
Redraft.
Okay, so you got to do this trade. You got to smash it right away. As much as I like Flowers and I like McKinnon, like you're getting Charbonnet and Rashad White to kind of counter that, and you could trade these. I would trade Rashad White. Keep Charbonnet. Trade Rashad White. But Amon-Ra for Kupp, you got to take that and run, bro. Take that and run. You're never gonna get a Cooper Kupp straight up for or a Amon-Ra straight up for Cooper Kupp right now, and you're getting Rashad White, who you can flip into some amazing value. That's the biggest home run I could see, bro.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Like if someone comes to me and says, "What do I do with Cooper Kupp?" I don't say go get Amon-Ra St. Brown, because that's almost like an idiotic piece of advice. Like, how are you going to get Amon-Ra St. Brown for Cooper Kupp right now? What are you going to walk into Shady Acres? I mean, the person's got to literally have amnesia or something, and they have to have not retrograde amnesia, anterograde, which is where you can't remember anything from the accident on. Johnny Unsure left again. He's unsure if he wants to be on the phone line or not. His name's Unsure Johnny. I named him Unsure Johnny. He keeps calling in. I keep adding him, and he's unsure if he wants to stay or go. I've literally added him like 3 times onto the phone line. I could tell why I call him Unsure Johnny. Like, I got a psych degree, and I literally can read people really quickly, and that's why I named him Unsure Johnny, because he's so indecisive. Like, he's just hopping on and off the phone line. He can't decide where he wants to be. Bro, go do this trade right now, Stefan. Like, right now. This is a fantastic move. Then flip Rashad White. Home run, bro. Absolute home run. Yeah, and you can stay on the phone, Stefan. And I'm sorry if it offended you when I was saying no backstory. I'm just trying to get to I got so many callers and so much going on. I'm just trying to get as fastly through the stuff as I can. But you rock. I absolutely love Stefan. You're kind of a like a fan favorite in the chat. They love when long-winded Stefan is what they want to rename you, though. I don't know if you're okay with that. Long-wind. You there, Stefan?
Yeah, I'm here.
You sound defeated. Did that offend you?
I get it at work, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Hey, don't hang up. Stay on the phone. I'll let you get as long-winded as you want after I cycle through everything. Okay, so hang tight. Don't go anywhere. We want you here. Dakota Dave. And I'm long-winded too, Stefan. Sometimes I go on and on about stuff, so like, don't take it. I'm the same way. W. Stefan says 01. He wants to tell you that trade is a smash. Denny, tell us the story about. Look, Denny comes on, Stefan, and gives us these long-winded stories, and we got to cut him off all the time. Like, Denny, I can't let you go on for 4 minutes on something, bro. People are not here for that. They love Denny though. They love him, so they love you too. Okay, Dakota Dave, you're live. You're up.
Yeah, a couple of things about my guy Pollard. One is, like you said, he had the tightrope surgery, but he's 26, and he was never the main guy, even when he was in Memphis. So he's got a lot less wear and tear. I'd say he's more like a 24-year-old.
Yeah.
So that was one thing I want to say. The other thing is mentioning that fullback. I had read something about that they brought a fullback on board, and I think he could take a little bit of the goal line work away from Pollard. I mean, nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. I mean, this and I forget how you even say the name. This fullback, like, he could become something. I'm not saying he won't, but we also see a lot of the preseason hype on a guy, and then when push comes to shove, they don't get a carry. Plus they love Deuce Vaughn, so I don't know how much room there's going to be for a third running back, but we'll have to see. It's definitely an interesting name to keep an eye on, but we'll keep an eye on it. Anything else on Pollard? Pollard, to me, to the moon. There is some risk with Tony Pollard. I mean, obviously, like you mentioned, he's never been like the guy fully, but I don't know that that's something that concerns me too much. His drive, his efficiency, being the number 1 running back in the National Football League in yards after contact proves to me, given the amount of work he got last year, because it wasn't like he got halftime work. He got, even though they split carries, him and Zeke, they both were fed like starter work, you know. It was just like a little bit watered down starter work. So it wasn't like it was like a 60. Both somehow, some way got 60% of the volume when it doesn't even add up. It was just like Pollard got more than 50%. Zeke got more than 50%. They were both on the field at the same time. The overlap kind of makes sense as to how it feels that way.
Right.
But yeah, Pollard to the moon. He's got some risk. There is certainly risk involved. There's always going to be risk involved when a player didn't have like the kind of come out with the kind of pedigree you want. But he's so efficient. Unless he gets hurt, which obviously is the one risk. Efficiency, delivering when called upon, those are not red flags or concerns at all. So love him, bro. Love him. Pollard to the moon.
You know, the other thing I saw with him is he was number 1 in, I think they call it, you know, explosive run rate, which I think was percent runs over 20 yards. And he was number 1 in that too.
Yeah. Brady was never the guy. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Kurt Warner was never the guy either. Kurt Warner, the American Underdog movie is such an amazing movie, and the Kurt Warner story is so amazing. The fact that, like, if anybody doesn't know the Kurt Warner story, go watch American Underdog. It's such a good movie. It's a little cheesy, but the acting's a little cheesy, but it's like really good. It's one of the better sports movies made, in my opinion. Partly because I'm biased because I love Kurt Warner, but Kurt Warner was literally no team wanted him. No team wanted him. All 32 teams said no. And then when he got another chance to come in QB in a last ditch effort, like even the offensive coordinator of the Rams said, I don't want him. And it was like, you know, Vermeil believed in him and he's like, I don't want to give him a shot. And when Trent Green went down, it was like, do we go get a quarterback? No, we don't. We're going forward with Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner goes out, throws an INT in that first game, I believe. First play or one of the first plays. INT, and everyone goes, holy shit. What do we do? And then after that, he was lights out from that moment on. Like, it was just unbelievable. So, like, there are stories like that. Those are 2 quarterbacks, Brady and Warner. And running backs is a little different because it's such a heavy workload. But I don't know. I think Tony Pollard doesn't have the fear of like Gibson. Antonio Gibson never was a running back or wide receiver in college. He was like a utility, barely even a utility guy. I want to say that Gibson didn't catch more than like 30-something passes and didn't run for more than like 40 attempts or something. Like Antonio Gibson had no track record whatsoever. So a little bit different. All right, hang tight, Dakota Dave. Stefan, I still feel really bad. Stefan, you get long-winded real quick. Do whatever you want. Within reason. You're up.
Oh, bro, you're okay. I'm not. Oh, yeah. You're good. You can keep on.
What else you got?
You rejected my trade anyway, so I'm trying to finagle another one.
Oh, so that wasn't offered to you. Okay. Yeah.
No, that was my offer.
Oh, no wonder. Yeah, that
was. But he tried to suck Lamar Jackson into the trade.
Well, for what though?
T-Law. So,
bro, hold on. There might be something here. To be honest with you, I hate to go there, but if you've got Cooper Kupp, a guy I said not to draft, by the way, if you got Cooper Kupp, you've got to figure out how to get out of this situation without losing your shirt, but also, you know, you need to get out of this situation in a way that helps you win a championship. And if you've got T-Law on your bench, you were brilliant in doing that. And you did what I said there, which is always take your backup quarterback spot seriously in case injury comes upon you and you got to maneuver and dodge and weave. If you got to give up Lamar Jackson to turn Cooper Kupp into Amon-Ra St. Brown, and you got T-Law on the bench, and you're getting, let's say, Rachaad White on top of that, which you can then flip, I would probably do that.
I'm all over it. Like, I don't like I literally, I don't know if you remember, but I offered, like I traded for Lamar Jackson because somebody drafted him in the 4th round as trade bait, and they already had Jared Allen.
Josh
and
Allen?
I bought him just to trade him.
Okay.
So I'm kind of like in the position, and this is like a massive trade. A lot of people in my league are probably going to be like all up in arms again. But this is what I put together just because he countered me, and I was like, oh, well, let me see how much I can milk Lamar Jackson for. But I was going to do Kirk Cousins as a backup, Rashad White, Charbonnet, Sean Tucker, Amon-Ra, and Jordan Addison, and then offer him Kupp, Bills D, Lamar Jackson, Tank Dell, and Jerick McKinnon. Which that's
What's
like
your
an
sample?
11-man trade.
So,
you don't need to like necessarily.
Yeah, well, what I
I
would
already know I'm winning that trade.
What I would do, bro, is take McKinnon out and take Cousins out. Who cares? You got T-Law.
Okay.
Let him keep.
So one quarter, just move forward with one quarterback.
Who's on waivers? Is Jordan Love out there? If Jordan Love's out there, then there's nothing to talk about here. You leave Cousins out of it to not.
He's not out there.
Who's
I
out
have
there?
Like
Brock Purdy?
Like I got a homer from Wisconsin that's all over. His name is like, all you need is love, number 10.
Brock Purdy.
And then he has them. So.
Brock Purdy out there?
I got Stafford, Howell, Goff. Purdy is out there.
Okay, go get Purdy or Goff and take Cousins and McKinnon out and do this trade immediately. Look, I love Lamar. I mean, let me ask the audience here though. Rashad White, Charbonnet. I think in to get rid of this risk of Cooper Kupp, does everybody on the phone line agree you would take Rashad White, Charbonnet, and St. Brown for Lamar and Kupp if he's got T-Law? Or is he overpaying? Are we freaking out too much on Cooper Kupp? What if Cooper Kupp comes back and he's fine a week from now? I mean, like, we don't really know. Does anybody on the phone line think this is too much in his situation? Or in the chat, does anybody in the chat think this is a bad trade? Let's take Cousins out. He's going to pick up Purdy or Goff, and he's going to get Charbonnet, White, St. Brown for Lamar and Kupp. I'm smashing that. I'm smashing the hell out of that. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm overreacting. I don't think so, but...
I'm going the other way.
What?
I'm going the other way. Steady. I got to go the other way, Smitty.
Why, Denny?
I know you're hungry right now.
Why, Denny?
Can you just say it one more time because you said it quick?
Well,
I just need to know one more.
So he's got Cooper Kupp, which he's screwed right now.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Kupp. I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard, but Kupp suffered another hamstring.
Hamstring. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
So, does he give Lamar to this guy, who he got almost in a free trade or whatever? He's got T-Law. Does he give up Lamar Jackson and Cooper Kupp for St. Brown, Rashad White, and Zach Charbonnet?
No, because I feel like Lamar Jackson is more is going to do him more, give him more points than Charbonnet, because Walker's going to walk all over him, and I don't know who the other guy.
Yeah, but if he's got T-Law on his roster and he's trying to damage control this Cooper Kupp situation, I just don't know why you wouldn't overpay, because then you take Rashad White and turn him into somehow turn him into a Debo or a Christian Watson, like in some other package deal, and then you're so far ahead of the game. You're so far ahead if you can flip Rashad White.
What do you see in Rashad White? What do you see? What do you see in him?
I don't know. I think that it's just a bad situation.
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you just say real quick. They always say real quick. Hey, make a long story short, all right, pal? Because I heard your story.
Hey, Stefan, don't take offense by Denny. Denny always gives people a rough time. Just
I listen to your show all the time. Okay. I know this slap. So
Okay,
it's good.
Go ahead, Steven.
All
Steven's
right.
good people. He's good people, Denny. Hang tight.
Yeah, just to like bring perspective, I'm cool on waiting with Kupp as far as the injury is concerned because I have Ridley, Watson, London, and Flowers. Like I don't want to overpay. I'm cool with just sitting on it.
Yeah, but why? I don't know. I don't know if you're getting St. Brown though. I mean, I don't know. I would do this. The chat's kind of mixed. The chat is kind of mixed on it. I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of people
I
say.
wouldn't even go to Lamar Jackson.
Do you have Walker?
I have BJ and Gibbs.
Dude, are you trying to do an interleague trade with me? Yeah, I got Walker. All right, give me. Tell you what, give me.
Denny.
Give
Denny,
me Lamar Jackson for Walker.
Denny, I missed you, Denny. Where have you been,
I
Denny?
like the St. Brown side.
Yeah, Denny, where you been? You haven't called in a while. We've missed you, pal. Denny's back.
I miss you.
Denny's back.
I need to talk to you.
Hey,
like,
and keep
personally, but.
Hey, Denny, keep it a little nicer to Stefan. He's good people. I like Stefan a lot. Okay.
Oh, I do too. I hope he doesn't feel bad about the way I'm talking to him at all.
Okay.
I like him a lot.
Okay. Look, guys, this is my final take. He's got T-Law. He's got a Cooper Kupp problem. He's got a Cooper Kupp problem, and we're ignoring that his season could literally tank if Cooper Kupp doesn't return. Is he overreacting? Maybe. But honestly, I would trade St. Brown for Cooper Kupp straight up in a millisecond right now with the situation. Not to mention, I would draft, even before the hamstring injury today, I would have drafted St. Brown over Cooper Kupp. And people would have made fun of me. And they would have said, I can't believe you didn't take Cooper Kupp. Then today would be a different story. So let's take these guys off the board. If we say St. Brown's off the board and we say, let me put a Moon Man card right over Cooper Kupp. Let's put a Moon Man and Mars Man Cup card over these guys. So if we're trading Lamar for White and Charbonnet, and again, T-Law is not in the trade, but he's on his roster, that's not even the craziest thing in the world. It's kind of you're taking a bath a little bit, but that's not that big of a bath to take when you're getting rid of the risk of Cooper Kupp.
Quick question, Smitty. Quick question. Did you hear that he has London also? Right? And who else does he have? He has London, who I like. And then does he have Dawson? I'm trying to, he talks so, I don't know. Is there a fast forward button for his voice? Or
Come on, Denny. Stefan's good people. Stop it. Denny.
I know he.
I got Ridley. I got Watson. I have London and Flowers.
And there's there's our good receivers.
Doing that bad.
But Denny, he could still turn White in one of those guys into like a Walker, into whatever. You got a good.
I like that trade.
You got a good team, bro. White gives you trade bait. You're not done trading. You get Rashad White and you make a trade again. You flip it. Make 2 trades, win a league. 2 trades, win a league.
Keep them on.
Don't make a trade. You maybe still can win the league, but Cooper Kupp's got to come back. I just don't know.
I'm just being
honest. You're probably take Rashad White and Flowers and turn that into Walker.
Yeah, that's literally what my aim was, but I haven't been able to get this guy to trade Charbonnet.
You know what's
he rejected me on like 3 other trades.
Don't worry about it.
You know what's crazy?
Let me get Charbonnet, replace Kupp, and then I can try to work Rashad White into a trade with the guy who will offer me Walker.
Do it. Just do it.
I like the difference of opinions here. We got Max saying do it, and Max also says you got T-Law, do it. St. Brown way better than Cooper Kupp. And then you got Dan saying that's horrible. Lamar for two bench players.
Yeah, Dan's right.
But
Lamar's a bench player right now.
But Dan, what Dan's not factoring in his comment is that it's St. Brown. It's St. Brown Cooper Kupp upgrade. It's not just Rashad White and Charbonnet for Lamar. It's the fact that you're closing a gap of St. Brown to Kupp right now. Like, there's a real possibility this gets worse. I'm not saying there's a possibility it gets better, but he's 30 years old.
Quick question, Smitty. He just said that Lamar was a bench player. Like, did I miss something?
Well, let me say this though, Denny, because what he's probably saying is that I have T. Law ranked over Lamar Jackson. I have Trevor Lawrence ranked over Lamar Jackson. There's a lot of factors involved. There's injury risk. There's disappointment. Lamar has disappointed 3 years in a row. I don't understand why people, and Denny, I'm not yelling at you. I don't understand why people can't realize that. And they somehow, some way circle back to trusting him again for a whole season. He is disappointed 3 years in a row. 3 years in a row.
Yeah, but
3 in a row.
Steven, okay, what's 3 times 0? What's 3 times 0, Smitty? No. He's got Lamar as his starter. He's not.
But Denny,
he doesn't even have Lawrence. It's not even
yes,
Lamar
he does,
against Lawrence.
Denny, he has Lawrence. That's the problem. That's the problem. Jesus says 30 is not old. Jesus, it is old. I've gone over this. Come on, bro. Pay attention, Jesus. You're 30 years old as a NFL player. You're literally on your deathbed. Come on.
Not as a quarterback.
Yeah, not as a quarterback. As a wide receiver, it's 32 is your last possible year that you're playing good football. You're 31, you can maybe do it.
Yeah. DeAndre Hopkins, it's his last window of greatness.
Bailey says, come on, Smitty, let's see, I grabbed the wrong comment. Bailey says, come on, Smitty, that Lamar take is terrible. Bailey, call in. You know, I love to talk to you about it, Bailey. Call in. The phone line's sitting here for you, Bailey. Tell me how it's a terrible take. Tell me how Lamar Jackson busting 3 years in a row on you is a terrible take.
Smitty's hungry. Let Smitty eat.
I'm waiting for it. And there's a couple other. I got to cycle through the phone line. No one's trading for Cooper Kupp right now, guys. I'm sorry to tell you, no one's trading for Cooper Kupp right now. Everybody that's coming for these or coming to me with these offers, their offers they're sending out, they're getting rejected immediately. Who's going to trade St. Brown for Cooper Kupp right now? There was another one that someone said, hey, Smitty, should I take Ridley for Cooper Kupp? Absolutely. You smash that. You take it and you run. You get Ridley. I don't know where that question is. I'm going to have to find it in a second. You take Ridley and you run for Cooper Kupp right now. Cooper Kupp is injured.
You're leaving Lamar out of the whole thing. Lamar was the whole. It wasn't about Kupp. It was about Lamar. That's what it was about. And he doesn't even have Lawrence. The Lamar's his QB. Stick to the Lamar kid.
Denny, let me handle this. Trevor Lawrence is his backup. Trevor Lawrence is his backup. That's why we came in. Anyway. It's funny because this debate's torn. It's torn. There's half the chat's like, yeah, get St. Brown. What are you doing? What are you doing here? Waiting on getting St. Brown for Cooper Kupp.
Trevor Lawrence is Lamar's backup? I thought Trevor Lawrence was the starting quarterback for Jacksonville. what is happening right now?
Take a lap.
Get him the meatloaf. He's hungry. He's been on doing it live.
Denny, you've been missing for too long. Okay, let me cycle off the phone line and let me get through the super chats. And we got a call. Hold on, let me put this caller. I don't know if this is Bailey. 313 caller. Who's this? Where are you calling from? This is who?
Who is this?
Mike from Detroit.
Mike from Detroit. Okay, from the 313, right? Okay, hang tight. Hang tight, Mike. Let me get to these other callers here, and then I'm coming back for you. Mike from Detroit. Thank you, Mike. Mike, mute yourself if you could, real quick, and hang tight. Let me go over to this 501 caller. What was your name again, bro? And where are you calling from again?
This is Ryan from Arkansas.
Ryan from Arkansas. Ryan, what could I help you with?
Hey, Smitty. Okay, so I'm in a 16-man league, and I got a pretty decent draft. Let me tell you my team real quick. So I got Burrow, Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, Justin Jefferson, Calvin Ridley.
Brian Robinson?
London, and Okonkwo.
I don't.
And on the bench,
those running backs are
and the
light,
bench,
bro.
I mean, 16 team, so it's not.
Oh,
I mean, the
16
bench players aren't great.
16 team is rough, but that's a tough starting running back room. You got Brian Robinson and Khalil Herbert.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me tell you my bench.
Okay.
Okay, I got Charbonnet to try to possibly trade. I got Warren. I got Roschon Johnson.
Okay.
Tank Dell and Purdy because the quarterbacks are thin. Some guy has Anthony Richardson.
Hey, you did
So I
pretty
tried
good
to
on the
get
bench.
Purdy.
In a 16-teamer, you know, Roschon could be a starter at some point. You got Khalil Herbert, so that's good. You've locked down that one running back room. That's good. You've got some upside there, but wow. What are your running backs? Or your wide receivers? I'm sorry. Your wide receivers again? London and who?
Justin, Ridley, and London.
I mean, if you land on Roschon or Khalil, and then your other running backs one more time, your full running back room.
Jalen Warren, Brian Robinson, Khalil Herbert.
Ouch.
And
I mean, Jalen Warren.
Charbonnet.
Jalen Warren could be interesting too, because if you get production out of that, that's going to be a pretty interesting team in a 16-teamer. But it is very thin for sure. But I kind of like what you have though,
early
considering
in the round in 16 team.
Yeah. You know, maybe try and hold Jalen Warren over the head of the Najee owner, who's probably really thin at running back too. And you could just say, look, button down at least one running back spot, and show him the news today about ESPN writer talking about Jalen Warren being the starting running back by the end of the year, and see if you can somehow finagle some sort of trade.
Okay.
You know, Walker, go get Walker somehow. You got Charbonnet, so go get Walker somehow. It's a good team though. I mean, considering it's really thin, but
yeah, the water are good for 16 team. The running backs are just terrible.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody thinks 16 team is easy, like think again. It's really hard drafting in a 16 team league.
Stick at the 12. Stick at the 12, man. Never go over 12. You got 10. That's a girls' league. That's like 10 where they have the. You know where you have a golf, and then they have the tee for the. You're in a 10. They step it up, 20 yards. You're in a 16, man. Get out of there. I would never be in a 16. Keep it to 12, man. 12, man. That's hard enough. Right, Freddie?
16 team is big. I don't know that I like playing at 16, but let's see here. Just traded Cooper Kupp for St. Brown. Is that a win or a loss? Haven't you been watching? Take a laugh. We've literally been. This is an amazing trade. And I don't know, Denny. Why are you so sold on Cooper Kupp right now? I don't think you're aware of what's going on.
I'm going the other way. Are you kidding me? No, I'm going the other way.
Okay. All right.
For being in the league. For being in that league, you're playing checkers and they're playing checkers. Me and Smitty are playing chess here. Come on, St. Brown. Kupp, he's done. He's old and he's hurt. Get out of here. Okay, I'm sorry, Smitty.
Okay, all right. Hey, good trade. Big W. All right, I got to cycle through this phone line here. So let me start off with Denny. Be quiet as best you can so that I don't have to kick you off first. Okay, Doc. Final thoughts, Doc. Final thoughts. You're on mute, by the way, Doc, I think. Why would he make the caller wait to answer another caller? Shaking my head, that's weak. Okay, bro. Sorry, I'm running a show that's got 1,000 moving parts that would blow your head would explode. Your head would explode if you try to navigate what I'm navigating right now with all the super chats on screen, with all the phone callers. I got what? Who's talking?
Denny yelling at you.
Denny, be quiet. I'm in the middle of a rant. With all the people speaking in my ear, with the phone callers, screening the phone callers, talking to the phone callers. I've got 7 people on a phone line that aren't muting themselves, mouth breathing, and I've got a whole chat to navigate. We got 400 to 500 people. Your mind would explode. You wouldn't be able to handle a single minute of it. And here you come in telling that I should answer a question this way or that way or navigate this a certain way. Get out of here, bro. Absolutely ridiculous.
Out.
Weak.
Have some respect.
All right. I think Doc left. Doc tends to do this. He goes into like a surgery or something, and then Doc, call in later. Appreciate you, Doc.
Yeah, he's operating on a hamster.
Yeah.
Smitty, I enjoyed that last rant. Yeah, that was fantastic. That was.
Yeah.
I mean, I really liked that. I think you're hungry. You've been snowing the meatloaf, dude. You've been alive for too long. All right, let me have my last take and get me out.
All right. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby, your final thoughts here, Bobby.
Yeah, I was just looking at Dynasty. So I'm in a small 8-man Superflex Dynasty, and I got the ace pick right now. It looks like Fields and T-Law possibly can fall. Would you go them back to back, or would you go if Chase falls? Would you take Chase out there with either T-Law or Fields?
Yeah, I mean,
or you go Bijan or Wilson.
I go. This is
12 man.
This is a super flex, you said?
Yeah.
I mean, if anytime you can get your hands on a Fields or a Burrow or maybe even a T-Law, you got to take it. You got to take it, and then the other players will fall. And the other thing about Superflex is when you're drafting at a Fields or T-Law point in a draft, those other quarterbacks aren't far behind no matter what. They'll come in and they'll push all those talented players down. And the odds of a Garrett Wilson or a St. Brown falling to your next pick are much more likely than they feel when you're on the clock and you're like, I want to grab one. You're like, I want to grab one very badly. I want to grab one. I got to grab one. You got to get Garrett Wilson. He's sitting there. It seems unlikely, but you got to take Fields. You never pass on a Fields or Burrow or probably even a T-Law. 972, you're live. I'm going to put you on hold, but what's your name and where are you calling from? Brennan, and where are you calling from, Brennan?
I'm calling from Texas.
Brandon from Texas. Is this
yeah, I like this guy. Sorry.
All right, Brennan, are you the Brennan Williams?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, buddy. This guy's a
Yeah.
super chatter. This guy's a new thefantasyfootballshow.com member. This guy's been Denny, you treat this guy with respect. He's coming in hot the last couple of days for your boy Smitty. Okay.
Nothing but respect for you.
Hey,
yes, sir. Mr. Sir.
All right, hang tight, Brendan. I'm going to come to you in a second. Let me keep cycling around.
Yeah,
Bobby, did you have anything else you were adding? I forget. Were you done?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm taking Fields or T-Law, whichever one falls to me for sure.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, if T-Law and Fields both fell to where I have that 8-9 pick, would you take them both back to back since it's a super flex, or would you go and take a receiver or running back?
You know, I'd be tempted to go. I'd be tempted to go one and try and get Love or Rodgers. Like that's my formula. If Fields and Burrow fell, I'd take both of them. If it's T-Law, he's a little bit of a step down. I love him, but I think I'd rather have Jordan Love or Aaron Rodgers in round 4 or 5. And you got to play that out the way that you know best. You know your league best. Then I really, really love the idea of getting like Garrett Wilson, Chase, JJ, Bijan, and start hammering home the running back wide receivers in the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. And then like the 5th round, you get Jordan Love. Absolute smash. Ryan from Arkansas
would
left.
you take Bijan or Wilson in a dynasty?
Bijan.
If you can only take one or the other.
Bijan. He's my number 1 overall in dynasty. Yeah. All right, Bobby, appreciate you calling tonight. Denny. I got to go to you next. Denny, I got to go to you next and kick you off first. If you can't be quiet, because I got to get through these calls real quick and get to the super chats. And I got dinner. I got meatloaf waiting for me. I got Miss Smitty waiting. Miss Smitty's outside the door with the tray of meatloaf, just standing there. She's just standing. She's standing. Her back's against the door. She's trying to serve me the meatloaf, and you're sitting here. Okay, all right, hold on, Denny. Mike from Detroit. You got to make it snappy.
Smitty, what's up, bro? I'm gonna let you get so you can get your food, bro. I got a quick question for you.
Yeah, Denny, please. All right, go ahead.
I got Deshaun Watson, Pacheco, Gibbs, Jefferson, DJ Moore, Travis Kelce, David Montgomery, Christian Watson, and that's my starting lineup, right? So I'm
Okay.
wondering, should I trade Travis Kelce anytime soon? This is a 12-man dynasty league. I wonder if I should trade Travis Kelce anytime soon, just to get value out of him.
In a dynasty, yeah, that's a good question. Oh man, it depends what you could get. If you
What do you think I should get for him? Like, you think I should aim for a running back and a first round pick, or what should I aim for?
I traded him in a live trade with Spacula. Poor guy. He wanted Kelce so bad, and he gave me, I believe it was 4 first rounders, or was it 3? Does anybody remember? And that was good. There were some good picks too, but it was hard to do because that team's gonna lose now. So if the league folds or anything, I'm in trouble. You got to ask yourself that question. You got to say, what are the odds of this league being around 2 years from now? Because a lot of leagues, everyone thinks their dynasty league's going to succeed, but the bottom line, the reason why dynasty leagues fold after 3 or 4 years is because people trade away their future or they miscalculate and their team sucks. And they have no shot at winning, and every year feels like a donation of $100, $200, whatever the entry fee is, and people just leave. They leave. I do dynasty leagues with my followers. We have 3 or 4 of them that I started 2 or 3 years ago. I don't do any more because I don't have time, but I haven't wanted to quit these leagues or anything that I started when I first had my channel. So I stay in them. It's really hard for me to do them, but I stay in them. And every year we have 2 openings. Every year, at least 2 people quit the 3 or 4 dynasty leagues that we have. When they're playing with me, you think, oh, okay, they not to say it's some joy to play with me, but in a league, but people do like to be in a league with me, and we can't keep 12 people in there every year. So we almost have to fold the league. We have to keep bringing new people in. Hey, we even made the entry fee really small, but we have to continuously go, hey, who wants to be in a league, existing team, 2 people left. Every single year in these 3 or 4 leagues, 2 people leave. So dynasty leagues crumble. So I'd be very tempted to say if you could win now, just ride Kelce until the wheels fall off. Or
I feel that's good advice. Before I let you go, Smitty, I know you want to go eat your meatloaf, man.
Yeah.
Michael Pittman, bro. How do you feel about him? I think he has a chance to be a good receiver. I know he's starting with Anthony Richardson, but NFL has hyped that guy up a lot, it seems like. I feel like somebody's got to do it for him with no Jonathan Taylor, you know what I'm saying, for the season. You think that he might have some type of increased role or something like that?
I'm not a big Pittman believer, bro. I think that consistency's important for a player you're drafting probably as high as you're drafting Pittman, and give me Dotson all day long. It's not so much that I don't like Pittman. I just like the other players where he's going so much better to an extreme degree. There's handfuls of players that are better.
I agree. I'm not a big Pittman guy either, Smitty.
If I look at ADP data, let me look at ADP data on Pittman, and I'll tell you, above and below his ADP slot, how many people look like a more attractive draft selection. Pittman's going at number 77 overall, which is so high, and that's wide receiver 40. Zay Flowers above him, I like more. JSN a couple spots above him, I like way more. And then below that, it's not that crazy. So I guess if he goes right at his ADP, I don't hate it, but I like Kadarius Toney more, and he's available. Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney are both available. I quietly like, and I say this with a straight face, and I say this though prefacing that the ADPs are miles apart, bro, miles apart. So you don't take them at the same territory. But I'd rather have Tank Dell than Michael Pittman. I
got Tank Dell because he was by the way, Smitty.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
Nice move.
You go, man. I'll let you go, man. I appreciate the advice. I'll let you go, man. Thank you for everything.
All right, man. I appreciate you very much. All right.
Have a good night, buddy.
Yeah. Let's go over to, and Denny, please stay quieter. I have to hang up. Unsure Johnny, you have been very, very unsure of whether you want to stay in this stream, and you've been jumping on and off the phone line. I still appreciate you, but it is very fitting for your name, Unsure Johnny. What can I do for you, Unsure? You're here now.
How's it going?
I'm good. I'm good, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to see what you think about my team and if I can upgrade it. I just got out of my draft not too long ago. So apologizing for the on and offness with the calls, but I'm here now.
It's who you are. You don't change for anybody. We like everybody the way they are. This is like the Howard Stern show, you know? It's like we got some characters in here, and I don't want anybody to change. I'm just telling you how it is. It's like you're unsure, right. Johnny. You're unsure. It's what you're here for. It's what you're here to do. All right, what are you unsure about today? Make it snappy though. I gotta go.
All right, check out my team, bro. All right, I got Justin Fields, Jamar, Gibbs, Brees, Jamar Chase. I got Devonta, Kincaid, Montgomery, Dotson, JSN.
Congrats.
Burks.
Congrats. What's the question? I'm sure. Very proud of your team, by the way. But what can we do for you, real quickly?
I feel like I'm a little weak at a tight end. If I should upgrade.
Who's your tight end?
Kincaid.
I mean, a lot of people feel that way. It's funny because, like, we talk him up, we talk about how good he's going to be, and then everybody drafts him as like, I don't know what I should do with Kincaid. It's like, why did you draft him then? If you don't believe in the Kincaid Meister, like, what are we doing? But, like, is Okonkwo there? Is Juwan Johnson out there? Start Juwan Johnson in week 1. He's like a end of the draft available tight end to grab. Juwan Johnson, put him in there. He should be very productive. And then once Kincaid's ready, you can throw him in there. Like, maybe he's not ready. And I promise you that if he doesn't do well in week 1, let's say Kincaid catches 1 pass for 7 yards, or let's say he goes catchless, we're going to have people dropping him immediately. In droves. Dropping him immediately. And Kincaid will become the Kenneth Walker of 2023, where people are scooping him up. And maybe he doesn't live up to the hype. I mean, it's tough to say. But he's in an unbelievable situation, and I believe he's going to be potentially the next 1 to 5 tight end in the National Football League. How quickly does he get there? Honestly, with Josh Allen throwing him the ball, I think it could be very, very soon. And so take Juwan Johnson. But don't drop Kincaid. Don't give up on Kincaid. You took him for a reason. You had conviction when you grabbed him. I wouldn't back down now. There's been nothing negative on him. It's just buyer's remorse. You're like, I don't know about it now. But, you know, that's natural. He hasn't done anything. He's a rookie. You haven't seen him yet. The minute Kincaid goes and catches a touchdown, you're going to think differently. You're going to go, holy shit, this guy's here. He is him. Kincaid is him. King him.
If there's anything I can upgrade, but if not,
no, you got a good squad. You got a good squad. Let's revisit it a little bit later. Maybe call him tonight. All right, later, bro.
Appreciate it.
All right. I got to go quickly, guys. Stefan, final thoughts, like 10 seconds. Anything? Any update?
No, I just he asked me to include Lamar, and it went Kupp, Lamar, Javonte for Eckler, Amon-Ra, and Charbonnet, and he's mulling it over. But he's like, let me sleep on it, and I'm kind of like, let me close it.
And then what happened? What did he have for breakfast?
What do you have for breakfast? Let us know how it goes, bro. I'm very curious to know if you pull this off.
I love Steve. I love that guy.
All right, Stefan, we'll see you later. Call him tonight and let us know if he wakes up and takes the trade. Yeah, make him do it. I hate sleeping on it. I hate sleeping on it. You know, Scotty's. I hate it when a sleeping on it Scotty says, "Let me talk tomorrow about it. Let me think about it. Let me wait until." That's how their voices too.
I love sleeping on Scotty.
That's how their voices.
Maybe the guy gets hurt though.
Steven or Denny, hold on. Let me wait until tomorrow. Let's wait until after week 1. Once week 1's over. Once we're. All right, Denny, final thoughts.
I mean,
hold on, Denny, I got to get you off the line. You're not letting me talk at all. Denny, final thoughts. I'm not mad at you, Denny, but I got to move on. You can call him
Don't
tonight.
get mad at me. I know you're hungry, all right? I just muted myself, and then I have muted myself.
Okay,
I'm not mad at you, all right?
I'm not mad at you either.
Wait a minute. Why am I saying I'm not mad at you? I don't even know what that means.
I don't know.
Okay.
All right, Denny,
if you're gonna get into a dynasty league, you better have 12 good friends. and otherwise don't, because anyone that gets out of it, it's like the family. It's like the Sopranos. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You can't leave.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't get into a dynasty. Especially, don't get into an 8-team dynasty. You can't even find 12 friends. We got some freaking problems there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All right, Denny. Appreciate you.
I
Hey,
made a trade.
Denny, you better call him tonight. You hear me? Call him tonight. Later.
Oh, you cut me off?
I just hung up on him. Yeah, Denny, I'm sorry. I got to move on. Denny, call him tonight. Appreciate you. Final thoughts. We're doing final thoughts, Denny. That was your final thought. Stefan, we'll see you later, pal. Keep us updated. Call him tonight. Later, pal. All right. Marsman Rock out. Final thoughts.
Yeah, at 5.6, would you take Rodgers or Hall? Watson's still way down there.
Would I take who?
Aaron Rodgers or Hall?
Aaron Rodgers or Hall? I take Hall, and if
And
you...
Love's still way down there too.
Yeah, I get Hall and then Love. I'd rather have Hall and Love than Aaron Rodgers and miss Hall. Yeah, smash, bro.
Yeah, Hall.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice job. All right, rock out. Call him tonight. Later. Brennan, you're the final caller on the line. Appreciate you very much. What is it that I can help you with?
All right, I just want to know. So you told me to get rid of Mixon and Geno. I'm trying to trade for Pollard. I'm trading Mixon, Allen, and Deontay for Pollard and T. Higgins. You think that's fair?
Mixon,
am I getting the better end of it, or am I giving up too much?
Mixon, is that Keenan Allen?
Yes, sir.
Mixon, Keenan, and who?
Mixon, Keenan, and Deontay.
And Deontay, I hate all these guys, brother. I don't hate them. Hate's a strong word, but I cannot stand drafting Mixon, Keenan, or Deontay. So, and then what are you getting?
Tony Pollard and T. Higgins.
Yeah, smash, bro. You're wasting my marker. Absolutely.
All right, I just wanted to make sure because I didn't know if I'd do that or go for like a big wide receiver.
No, that's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, you could still do that. You could take Higgins and something else and go for a big wide receiver, but go get Pollard. Go do it. That's great. Great job. Appreciate your support. We'll see you later, pal. Call in tonight. We'll be drafting on Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty, okay? Appreciate Brendan. Promo code Smitty, Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. I got to get these super chats out of the way before I go eat the meatloaf. So let's hammer down. Let's hammer down to business here. Okay, so if anybody's super chatted and they're like, "Where's my question?" I got it right here. I'm doing it live. Vampy says, "Can I drop Jamison Williams for backup QB Love if already have CD, Ridley, Watson, Dotson?" Probably. Yeah. I mean, look, I appreciate you, Vampy. Jamison Williams has caught one pass in the National Football League, and he played 6 games. Denny, I love you, by the way, pal. Don't get mad, Denny. Denny to the moon. Denny, if you want to call back and say goodbye properly, you can call back in and say goodbye, but I got to go quick. Michael, appreciate you, Michael. And Michael, I'm going to go to the text line and leave this message in case you aren't watching right now. So, Michael, I'm recording this on the text line as I'm live reading your super chat. I'm sorry for the wait. I think I know your answer. 10-team PPR, trade away Kelsey, Mike Evans, and Deontay Johnson to acquire Garrett Wilson, Ridley, and Kittle. Yes, I'm taking the Garrett Wilson, Ridley, Kittle side by quite a bit, but I do see the value in Kelsey in Evans, and if Evans has like 1,000-yard season again, that could be a really good side of the trade. I think it still has the possibility of being a good side of the trade, but I think I'd take Ridley, Garrett Wilson, and Kittle pretty easily. Thank you. Let me see here. Miss Smitty wants to know if I'm going to eat. Yes. Give me a few. Give me, let's say 5 to 10. I don't know if that's a really bad assessment. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. Racing Boy, phone line still open. Not currently, Racing Boy. I had to close it. Appreciate your super chat. Call in tonight. We'll definitely take care of it. Drop Flowers for Hunt, Tony, Kadarius Tony, Gallup, Zeke, or A-Chain. A-Chain's interesting, but I don't think I drop Flowers. Do I drop somebody for Tony? I do. A-Chain, probably, but if you're in a small league, obviously you are if those guys are on waivers. I just like Flowers a lot. I don't think I'm dropping Flowers, man. I like Flowers a lot. A-Chain's interesting, but he's not quite in the lineup yet. So I don't know that I'm like, I don't know that I'm doing that trade or that ad drop, that trade out, that swap out. Josh Allen, Walker, Hall, Javonte Gibbs, Kelsey, Watson. It's really good. Kelsey, Watson, Garrett Wilson, Javonte Hall. Sweet team. Not even something you need to move around, Roland. That's really great. Roland, thank you. Brofist Brad, offering Saquon and Adams for Wilson and Pollard. Smash, smash, smash. Snowman, Smitty, Kincaid is on waivers in my PPR half Grandma League. I got Chigakonkwo right now. Who should I go for? Who should I go with for better points in early weeks till later? I mean, like Chigakonkwo is the guy you start in week 1. But Kincaid could be the guy you start very quickly after, but we just can't. I can't say to start him in week 1 yet. We got to wait and hear what the plan is, and we don't have a plan. Smitty, Mike again. You're the GOAT. Should I trade Kelsey for value this season? I don't know if that was the same caller or not. Yes, I have McKinnon on the bench, Jameson Williams, Elijah Moore, and Pittman. Do I trade Kelsey for value this season? If this is a dynasty, it depends on if you can win now. If you can win now, I tend to just want to ride until the wheels fall off versus get rid of them low. If you get like a Garrett Wilson, a St. Brown, a Tony Pollard, Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, even like a Calvin Ridley and Pacheco, like I'm going to take that for an aging Kelsey in dynasty. But in redraft, I'm not trading him unless I'm getting, unless my team can't win, and then I'm getting like a Walker and Debo, or something like that, because he's number 5 overall. Kincaid and Tank Dell on my taxi squad. That's amazing, bro. Mike, appreciate your super chat. Thank you. Overcome says Amon-Ra and Aaron Jones are A.J. Dillon, Olave, Hall, and Charbonnet. Amon-Ra and Aaron Jones or A.J. Dillon. Oh, and A.J. Dillon. Or Olave, Hall, Charbonnet. Olave, Hall, Charbonnet. Give me I guess give me Aaron Jones and Amon-Ra, but that's really close. And Hall could change that just by getting back to work.
To the moon.
To the moon. Super chat. Thank you, Cam. Let's overcome. Let me think on that one. That one's a really tough one. Please help. Need running back. My team is Fields, Chase, Olave, Swift, Charbonnet, Waller, London, Christian Watson, DSN, Bigsby, Dell. Dobbs trade advice. Yeah, Gibbs owner won't budge. So you're gonna go after you have Swift and Charbonnet. You have Charbonnet, so you go after the Walker owner because you have Charbonnet. You either give him Charbonnet to get a running back from him, like Pacheco, straight up or something, which I would maybe do in your situation, or you try and get Walker and you maybe use Waller and go light tight end, shopping on the waiver wire, Jawan Johnson, and then wait on Kincaid, but don't cut Kincaid. Throw Romeo Dobbs in. He makes a good throw in. Go to the ETN owner with Swift and potentially Waller or Swift, and maybe you could almost do London and Swift for ETN because you've got Bigsby, and maybe try and get a little bit more. But those are the moves that I would try and make with that team. It's a really good team. Logan with the super chat. Kupp for Ridley. Again, you got to take Ridley and run. Should I trade half PPR Josh Jacobs and Amari Cooper and Chigakonkwo for Ramondre, Ridley, and Goddard and James Cook? Jacobs, Cooper for... Yes, because, Ridley crushes Cooper. Ramondre crushes Jacobs. You smash on all sides of this trade. And James Cook to throw in, you trade James Cook. That's a great player to trade away. Penguin, trade Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Dotson for Olave and Christian Watson. Give me, I think I might have answered this one already. This is a tough one, though. I'm wavering again. Amon-Ra and Dotson over Olave, Watson. Give me Olave and Watson. I think I might have said the other answer. I'm going back and forth. It's pretty even, bro. You got to trust your gut on that one. Chat, can you guys vote on that one? David Montgomery or A.J. Dillon for running back 2. David Montgomery over A.J. Dillon. David Montgomery's got a very consistent workload headed his way that has nothing to do with Gibbs' workload. 10-team PPR, Josh Allen, Pollard, Walker, Diggs, Higgins, Goddard, Madison, JT's on the bench, Charbonnet, Sutton. I'm probably trading Higgins and Madison for one slightly better wide receiver. I'd even trade Higgins straight up for Debo, and then I would trade Madison for like Pacheco, McKinnon, just as an example of moving those pieces around. Thank you for the super chat. Those are just guys I really like. Josh Allen, Walker Hall, that's a great team. I think I already threw that on screen and mentioned that. Bobby, T-Law over Lamar, 8-man, super flex. I like T-Law over Lamar, and people think I'm nuts. But I think T-Law is going to have a nice year. It's close, and if you could guarantee me that Lamar wouldn't get hurt, then I could kind of get behind Lamar over T-Law, I suppose. But T-Law is, Lamar's disappointed 3 straight years, and we have people say that was a bad take. Explain yourself. The phone line's been open. You could have called in and said, "Oh, let me tell you why Lamar's not been a bust 4 or 3 years in a row." He has been. He's disappointed, and you haven't won if you had Lamar and drafted him early. And T-Law, why can't T-Law rise up and be a 38 touchdown passing quarterback and run for 2, 3, 4 touchdowns, score 40 total touchdowns? He's going to ball out. He's got Calvin Ridley. This offense is on its way. I love T-Law this year. Superflex, have the 8 pick. Do you go Fields or T-Law if they fall? Oh, Bobby was on the phone with this. Okay, so yeah, Bobby, I think I answered this one already, but I'm definitely going to go Fields or Burrow. And then I'm going running back, wide receiver, getting those guys, and then getting Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers later. Offering Saquon and Adams for Wilson and Pollard. Give me Wilson and Pollard by a mile, Brofist Brad. I think I answered that one already. Smitty Kincaid is on waivers in my half PPR league. I think I already answered this one from Snowman. I think some of these were repeats. I just didn't want to miss them. Drafted GOAT team in my friend's Money League 10-team PPR. Only few were smart. Okay, JJ, Tony Pollard, Garrett Wilson, Gibbs, Fields, DJ Brees. Bro, you smashed it. Trades? No, not really. I mean, I don't want you getting rid of any of those guys. Yeah, you wait, bro. You wait on that team. Don't change a thing. Just sit and relish in the domination. Let the guys gain value. Then we circle back and buy low after a week 1, 2, 3 when some players get slumping. Maybe we can scoop up some big name players like Bijan or something on your team or whatever. I forget if you even have Bijan. Your team's fire, though. Wife is home. Got to go. Thank you, Logan. Dogs are loved people. Dogs are loved people. American Bully. Appreciate you. Love the community. Wreck your leagues. Thank you, Logan. Appreciate you. Denny, hang tight. I'm almost done. Hang tight, Denny. Mike Super Chat. Okay. Smitty, let me know what you think about my starting Dynasty PPR lineup. Watson, I think I got to this one. I don't like Watson. I love Gibbs, Pacheco, JJ, DJ Moore, Christian Watson. David Montgomery and Watson for an upgrade at QB is what I advised earlier, and I stand by that. This one, Super Chat by Landon. Landon says, awesome show. Go Feast. Thank you, Landon. Appreciate you. Oscar with a $20 hauler. Oscar.
Alert. Super Chat alert.
Oscar says 10-team Superflex full PPR QBs are Burrow, Goff. Good QBs, Carr. I like those. Those are good QBs. Carr and Burrow, I like that. I probably start Carr week 1, but that's tough. Goff, KC, a Thursday night. They'll be fresh. It's not like a normal Thursday night game where there's short week and traveling and all. So that's a tough one, but maybe we consider that more so like Thursday on the Thursday show before kickoff. Bijan, Pollard, love it. Madison, I'm trading Madison if I can. The wide receivers, really, Debo, Mike Williams. Madison and Mike Williams for one better player. Christian Watson, love it. That's what I'm doing. Mike Williams and Madison for Debo type player. You already got Debo, but you know what I mean. Like a player right around that territory. Damian Pierce, if you will. You're not going to get an ETN, but certainly try. But you could definitely get like a London type player, or maybe a slight upgrade at quarterback. Maybe you could turn Goff or Carr into a T-Law just by throwing in Mike Williams or Madison. I would strongly consider that, but your team is straight fire. You did a great job. Appreciate you. Thank you for the $20 hauler. Joe R says 3rd pick in an 8-man draft, PPR tomorrow. Who do I draft first, second for the best upside? Kelsey or Bijan, and you have a strong chance of getting one of them there. If they're both gone, I'm honestly going Garrett Wilson, and then in the round 2, depends on if Pollard falls, depends on if St. Brown falls, but 8-man, you probably got a really strong shot at Bijan, and I don't hesitate. I take Kelsey if he's there. If both are there, I'd only draft Kelsey if I have a lot of Bijan shares already, just to mix it up. So thank you so much, Joel. Last 2 super chats to get caught up. Robbie, T-Law, C-Mac, Najee, A.J. Brown, Ridley, Debo, Freiermuth. Very good team, Robbie. I'm a little concerned about Najee. I hope you've got Jalen Warren. If you don't, I would certainly try and go and acquire him. I'd also be very tempted to trade, especially if you or if you grab Charbonnet on my advice as a standalone player. I'd be tempted to trade Najee for Walker and get out of the fear of Najee in the Jalen Warren situation. But Etienne's another player that I could go get, I guess, for Najee. He's got risk too. So there's risk all around. St. Brown, thank you for the super chat. Nice team. St. Brown, Walker, and Cook to Brees owner for Chase, Madison, White. Kenneth Walker and Cook to Brees owner, me. This one, St. Brown, Walker, Cook. I want St. Brown and Walker over Chase, Madison, White. I want St. Brown, Walker. I want the St. Brown, Walker side overcome. Denny, thank you for calling back. I wanted to say bye to you. I had to hang up on you. You know that I never mean offense to that. It's just sometimes I gotta move forward. But I'm glad you called back in. You could always call back in and say bye if I ever hang up on you. Any final thoughts? Any final words before we jump out of here?
For me?
Yeah. Final thoughts?
Yeah. It's gonna keep you from a meatloaf.
Okay. Hurry.
I just got a quick question. No, Smitty, I love the family. I love everything, right? But did I miss something with because I care about him. Did I miss something over on Navy?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I let that kind of stay as private as he wants to keep private. With prayers up for Miss Navy. He's going through a lot, so we just keep throwing prayers up for him and everything. Yeah, we're
prayers up.
Yeah.
For her too. I didn't know if you guys got in a beef or something.
No,
like that.
I mean, I don't like. Yeah, I don't like to. I just don't like to talk too much about someone's personal, stuff going on unless they call in to talk about it and just keep bringing it up. Like he does. He's come in and said, that prayers up for his wife and he's going through a lot of stuff right now. So we just ask everybody throw
prayers. I didn't know. I didn't mean to make it go.
No, you're fine.
These guys don't know the moving parts that you're dealing with, and I'm one of them. And
yeah,
I love how you do it. I really do, actually.
Thank you,
when
Denny.
when I was like, "Are you Miss Smitty?" Like, I was kind of messing with you.
No, I know, Denny. You don't have to apologize for being you, bro. We all appreciate you. You're a national treasure, as Robert says. Protect Denny at all costs. Everybody says that all the time. 24-hour live stream is definitely happening, guys. So get ready for that. 24-hour live stream on opening Sunday. I'm going live about an hour before kickoff. And it's your responsibility. We're gonna have a very modest super chat goal of probably about $100. And if we hit 100, we go to the next hour. We hit 100, we go to the next hour. And so you're gonna try and keep me live as long as possible. I will do my very best to go past 24 hours, but I can't say I'll go much past it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we're doing. But you're gonna watch me react to all the games. We're gonna do the waiver wire show live. Everything's gonna be live the whole entire Sunday. So we'll see you all there. Denny, I gotta go. Appreciate you, man.
All right, big kisses, man.
Later. All right, we love Denny. All right, guys, appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you all. You guys kept the lights on today. You keep the lights on tomorrow, and I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you for letting us grow this bad boy because it really is on you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. We're at 21K. We're about to hit 22, and it's because of all of you. Appreciate you. Best show on the planet, and it's because we have the best people on the planet. Logan, you have 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds, Logan. 6 seconds, Logan. 3, 2,
All right.
1. Logan, I literally told you. You had 10 seconds, Logan. You sat there, sitting on your hands. I got to go. Appreciate you all. See you later. Peace out, everybody. Logan, I tried to give you 10 seconds. You just sat there. Appreciate you all. Logan, call in real quick. You got 9 seconds, Logan. You got 9 seconds, Logan. Dial in real quick. You've got 9 seconds. I'm literally not giving you more than 9 seconds. That's it. As soon as I answer the phone, I'm counting. You better just spit it out. Marker board budget. Thank you. I actually am out of markers. I think somebody gave me a marker board super chat. I never ordered it. Or maybe I did. Where is it at? Yeah, I think I need to order them. Logan, call in, Logan. Okay, Logan, you missed your shot again. Thank you, Kilpatrick. You're the man. Appreciate you. Moonshot to Kilpatrick. Logan shot the bed tonight. This is the night that Logan shot the bed. Nine seconds. 8 seconds.
Okay. Would you trade Monty or Flowers, Monty DK, or Monty and Watson for Walker and Zay Jones?
Monty and Flowers for Walker? Yes.
Or Monty and DK for Walker and Zay Jones, or Monty and Watson for Walker and Zay?
Oh. Monty.
I'm aiming for the Kupp owner. The Kupp owner.
I don't know, bro. I'm trying to my brain's fried. Say it one more time. Monty and what?
Monty and Flowers, or Monty and DK, or Monty and Watson for Walker and Zay Jones.
I mean, Monty and Flowers. Monty and Flowers.
You do Monty and Flowers?
Absolutely.
Walker and Zay?
Yeah, I don't want DK's way more valuable. I'm not gonna throw DK or Christian Watson in. Flowers is. I like Flowers, bro, but come on. DK and Christian Watson are obviously ahead of him. I would definitely give Monty and Flowers for Walker straight up. No doubt about it. All right, Logan, got to go. Appreciate you. That's what we came back for. That's what we came back for, Logan. Just kidding.
Hey, the dogs are loved. The dogs are loved. Relax.
All right, yeah. Take care of your dogs. All right, later.
You have a good night, buddy.
Later. All right, out of here. See you all tonight. Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. We're probably going live tonight. Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. Probably 1 a.m. We're doing drafts. Go sign up now. The link has been pinned in the live chat. The link has just been dropped again. If you want to draft with me tonight, you got to hit the link right now. They'll match up to $100 in your first deposit. Let's go. Appreciate you.